while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong. I guess I felt.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Wuxi, China. Week number 7, day number 2 of competition here. Women's short program coming up in just a few moments. I'm Ted Barton. Mark Conrady will be joining us from his home studio in Nottingham. Now, in the short program, there are 5 women that could qualify for the Junior Grand Prix final in Grenoble. Yoo-Sung Kim from Korea, she won in Ankara. Yi-Han Wang from China won in Bangkok. And Sophie Jolene Van Velten from the United States won just last week in Ljubljana. Amina Kai and Yo Takagi of Japan have 13 points. They also have a chance for the final as well. It's going to be an intense battle right down to the wire. 35 entries for 29 nations. The women's short starts now.
好了，现场的观众朋友，我们的比赛很快就要开始了。现在想邀请现场的你们，高举起你的双手，让我们一起跟随着音乐舞动起来。Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go！ 一起来，举起你的双手，看到没 ？Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands up. 对着继续保持。数字已经开始倒数 所有的朋友到10的时候，让我们一起大声的喊出那个数字，让世界听见无锡的声音。准备好了吗？10、9、8、7、6、5、4。让我们欢迎运动员入场。
Let's welcome the skaters.
科威特选手，
Representing Kuwait, Salma Jarrah.
菲律宾选手，
Representing Philippines, Hayden Isabel Balacati.
加拿大选手，
Representing Canada, Kara Yoon.
日本选手，
Representing Japan, Nakai Ami.
新西兰选手，
Representing New Zealand, Kara Tang.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Wuxi, China, day number 2 of coverage of the final event in the Junior Grand Prix Series 2024. As we take a look at the start order, I'm Ted Barton. Mark Hanratty joining us from Nottingham in the studio. Mark, welcome aboard.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing what day 2 will have to offer. And as you said in the opening, Ted, it's an incredibly exciting event given the potential for so many of the skaters competing to make the Junior Grand Prix final in 2 months' time in Grenoble in France. And that will be a very hotly contested event. And there are other names in this event who perhaps don't have the chance for a participation in the final, but are still contenders for medals here.
Yeah, of all the years that we've covered this, we've never had such a close race on the final event in the series, with 5 women vying for the Junior Grand Prix final and a number of women at home waiting to see what will happen here as to whether they'll get a ticket to Grenoble or not. So lots can unfold, or lots will unfold over the next 2 days as we take a look at the first group on the ice for their warm-up.
这位花花选手今年15岁，他最近在
And that in itself poses a whole host of questions then for the athletes, because ideally they would be totally fixated on their own progression and their own autonomy over what they can control. But in this instance, skaters are very much dependent upon the success or otherwise of others as to how the rest of their season will unfold. And that's an interesting psychological development for the athletes, really.
Yeah, and a number of these athletes obviously are not vying for podium or for a Junior Grand Prix final. They're going for personal bests or progress and for learning experience. We'll point out for you, the audience around the world, which athletes are really in the running for the Grand Prix final. They're sort of spotted throughout the junior short program. It's an open draw, so wherever you draw between number 1 and number 34, you can have all your top skaters in the first group or spread across. Anything can happen. But in the free program, it'll go by the result of the short program. So the top skaters, the best skaters, will skate in the final groups. We'll see that, of course, tomorrow afternoon. Take a look at Kara Young from Canada. She was on the Junior Grand Prix last season. She's changed coaching locations from Vancouver to Toronto, run a lot, and out here. This is her first Junior Grand Prix this season.
Shailene Bourne as choreographers. From Canada, let's welcome Kara Yoon.
A chance now, Ted, just to thank those that have sent in any questions to the International Skating Union on social media, and we have had a few in already, as we see Amina Kai, one of the favourites for this event. And question has come in regarding, do you think that there should be different elements between men and women figure skating? And as we look at the women's short programme, we can acknowledge that there are differences in the element criteria for the women as opposed to the men. So for the women in this short programme, they have to perform a double axel as one of the required jumps. The men can or triple. And then in terms of the jump combination, the women have the potential to do 2 double jumps, 1 double and 1 triple, or 2 triples, where it's slightly different for the men. And then as the sport continues to evolve, Ted, it's interesting to cast my mind back to a time when women in the short program had to do a mandatory layback spin, whereas now this year they can do a layback or a sideways leaning spin or a sit spin without a change of foot. So the criteria released every year, season upon season, by the International Skating Union, and that's continued to evolve and change depending upon what the skaters and the coaches and culture and society really kind of wants.
Yeah, I think, Mark, to have some input on this as well, and to be fair, the medical commission has also had some input in this. What is the healthiest way for these young athletes, and what's the difference between the men and the women? What should they be trying at their tender age as their bones are growing and as they're going through maturation and whatnot? So, you know, what makes the most sense? And I think there's input as to maybe we shouldn't put the body in such stress with quads in the short program, allow that for the men in the free program and also for the women in the free program as well. So I think there's a number of groups of people that have input as to what is the best way to provide good sport, good art, and a healthy environment for these young athletes as they develop. So there's a number of different scenarios or sources of information that guide those rules.
Yeah, that's such a really articulate and important point, Ted, about the health and the safety of the athletes, because as I continue to, as we joke about being Inspector Henretti, trying to just get a little bit more insight and intel on the lives of the athletes, often the athletes will acknowledge and will explain to me that injuries have inhibited and hampered their preparation, and that's another aspect of being a sports person, of course, is the desire to push yourself to be as technically competent and proficient comparative to the best in the world, but in turn, like any sport, that comes with a consequence of the physical repercussions of that. And so it's great that there's a mindfulness of that from the committees to ensure that as much as we want the athletes to push themselves, that we're not adversely affecting bodies beyond the competitive arena in their later life.
Yeah, and just a little clarification for the audience there. I call him Inspector Hanratty because he goes to great depths to, you know, be in contact with the coaches and get information that they would want or not want to be said about the athletes. So it's great to have some background. And we do quite often mention whether there is an illness or an injury. This happens in life. It doesn't matter whether you're an athlete or not, but an athlete's more susceptible, just so that you understand the process or the where they actually are either in the recovery process or where they are in development. So we don't want to focus on that. We want to at least inform people of where they're at for sure. And these athletes are incredibly fit, and we will see a big range though of skill level in the juniors that we normally do. So we'll see ones that are just sort of starting out and ones that are at the top of the game. Mark, let's get started. Take it away.
Well, huge opportunity to enjoy now Sama Jirak, a skater from Kuwait. And the figure skating Kuwait is active on Instagram, and they've acknowledged how proud they are of this athlete competing on the Junior Grand Prix.
科威特选手。
Representing Kuwait, Sama Jirak.
Sama Jirak representing Kuwait, a skater who took part in the International Skating Union's Regional Development Figure Skating Camp for Africa. And I just think it's so wonderful, as we've talked about before, that Sama is here performing and getting opportunities from development camps and support from Figure Skating Kuwait, who, as I said before she started, acknowledged the bravery, dedication and passion that Sama has in representing Kuwait at this event.
It's so wonderful to see the sport continue to grow around the world as we take a look at the single axel and a little three turn at the end there. And this young skater will be not as efficient in the air, straight and tight and strong. And there's the double jump and the legs wrapped a little bit, but that's the stage of development that Sama is at. There's the double flip and takes a little bit of fall on that. So learning the basic skating skills, carrying a little bit more momentum across the ice. That speed is power, it's strength, it's energy. And when you convert that into an efficient rotation position, that's going to help her a lot. But she's going to need some more time. And in a developing skating country, it just takes time to get that environment. So it's so exciting to see figure skating start to grow in sport in countries, pardon me, that have never seen the sport, are fascinated by it and want it to grow, but it takes time.
Yeah, and I think Coach Yulia Martusheva will be so appreciative of then what this opportunity offers, because it will cement all of the information presented in the training rink, because the development seminars and the competitions like this will only then serve to be a reminder in day-to-day training of how much more is possible, and hopefully Sama can visualize and believe in her own potential to be great at these events in the future.
There's a season's best of 14.28 for Sama, and it's interesting that the experience, as tough it is as it is for a skater like Sama, who is up against really strong competition, it's a learning opportunity to see these skaters go, oh wow, if they can do it, they got 2 legs and 2 arms just like me, then what's the process to get me better? So it's helpful for everyone. Junior Grand Prix is all about development and excellence.
As we look now to the skater representing the Philippines, Hayden Isabel Bayukating, a skater who's told me that her immediate goal is to qualify for Junior World, so be very keen to secure a strong technical element score in this, her short program. Hayden, Isabel, by you, Kathleen, representing the Philippines, giving a radiant smile at the end of the performance, which would have been difficult and frustrating. As I said, this is a skater that will have been keen to try to use this event to secure the minimum technical element score for Junior Worlds. Unfortunately, a tough skate with the mistakes that were made, but I so admire the fact that despite that, she still has a good grace to showcase smile, and hopefully still very much enjoying the experience here in China.
Yeah, some lovely spin positions and really good spins, and you know the jumps are coming along. She did a nice triple loop. I had to do a turn or a step in between for the double toe loop, but you can see the mechanics starting to work. Every skater needs to be able to use a little bit more momentum and flow and speed. That is all energy converted into rotation. So you see the double axel, good work on that because it looked like it slipped from the takeoff a bit, but she carried that off beautifully. There's the triple loop. That looked good too in the air, but shaky on the landing, has to put the foot down. That's just the triple loop combo, so it doesn't get the value of the double toe loop. There's a nice sit spin position, nicely centered in one spot. So nice quality on those elements. And here's the double flip. That's unfortunate because that's a simple element for her, and just making that odd mistake, that's a bit costly there as well. But good flexibility, nicely centered spin at the end of the program with level 3, so just missing one feature. Remember that every spin element has up to a level 4, and then the judges can add if it's really good quality, or they can subtract if it's poor quality. That's called GOE. As we use, I think a lot of people don't understand, what is GOE exactly? It's all about quality.
Yeah, we use the term so flippantly as if everybody in the world would understand the concept.
Exactly. 33.28 for Hayden, and that will put her first in the event so far. Second skater out. We're very early on here out of 34 athletes. She is number 2, but sitting in number 1.
下一位登场的是加拿大选手。
Representing Canada, Kara Yoon.
Well, teammates out in force for Kara Yun, 15 years of age, but already in her 3rd season on the Junior Grand Prix. This her first event and final event of the season, hoping for a clean skate as she skates to Un Vocapoca Fa by Filipino Giordano.
Well,
all green lights for Cara Yun from Canada,
Cara
who
Yun.
has put down a performance, Ted, that
Yeah.
if she was, it makes me question how consistent she's been through the off season, because that was a wonderful example of
Well-
great skating, very competitive skating from this young woman.
I know this skater extremely well. She skated at the center in BC where I work, and this is the best I have ever seen her do that short program. It's a brilliant short program choreographed by Shaylin Bourne. Lots of detail, lots of nuances, and she's a beautiful skater, but she had challenges in competition. Not today. There's the triple lutz, triple toe loop all the way around, nice and clean, and only one review in the whole program. There's a night double axel as well. Although she wasn't totally cautious, but she was controlled all the way through. Nice triple flip as well. And here's the step sequences. Had lots of arm movements and detail and nuances in the step sequence and the spins as well. So that is the strongest performance that she has ever given on that short program. And she's a 57.08 as her personal best. We'll see what the score comes out as. Mark?
Well, just so conscious that, you know, we have some stats that we have from the ISU biographies, and I see a 10th place at the Cranberry Cup in Norwood, Massachusetts, and I've seen top 10 places at JGB previously for Cara, but the way in which she just skated there, as she's joined by her coach Lee in the Kiss and Cry, was just so self-assured and so calm. It just was a really brilliant example of a skater who obviously has found their groove and appeared to just have no hesitation or question.
Yeah, and I would say this was good, but she can skate faster. I know she can, but she was just trying to find that balance between fast enough to have flow, but in enough control to get the elements done. She's got her low sixes in the PCs, and that's the program component scores. There are 3 of them, and I think she's capable of the mid sixes to maybe high sixes, but she's going to have to run a lot more risk by a lot more momentum and aggression. But that will come with confidence. And this program and this score might give her a little bit of that right now.
Yes.
Remembering her season's best, her personal best is 57.08. This is her first competition this season. And this will be her season's top score here, obviously. And she waits anxiously. And she's a 58.70 as Lee nods his head, who's usually quite a quiet guy. And you can see he approves of that. And so she, well done, Cara Yun from Canada.
Representing Japan.
Well,
Nakano Ali.
great to see Ryo Nakata, one of the team members for this next competitor, supporting her performance in advance of the continued men's competition later today. Ami Nakai, a former World Junior bronze medalist, wanting her goal today to achieve a 70-point plus short program as she skates to Parapluie de Cherbourg.
Depuis quelques jours, je vis dans le silence des 4 murs de mon amour. Depuis ton départ, l'ombre de ton
Ami Nakai completes her short program in the pursuit of the elusive 70-plus point score short program. She's such an endearing skater, and having had injury that she had last year, and now seeing her back is it's just so wonderful to see skater coming back from challenges, and especially when they're delivering so well she just has.
It was interesting. I was thinking about the comparison for the audience out there. We just saw Kara Young skate. She skated a clean program for herself compared to Ami Nakai. What was the difference? Well, the speed across the ice, the flow into and out of the jumps. Also, the movement is so much bigger with Ami, and the emotion as well. So that's not to be critical of Kara. She's in a different development model at this point for herself. But take a look at how big. Look, the head goes up and the arms go down and reaches out. There's the double axel. Just beautiful lift, smooth and fast landings. Look at the speed between the two jumps, and on the back end of the second jump, here's the triple flip. Look at the distance across the ice. Stretch free leg, beautiful back. Those small details, that running edge is a huge difference for the GOE, for the quality scores and those technical elements. Mark?
Yes, and here too, we have to consider so often we'll easily reference the levels, the technical tangible points that will go with the elements that the skaters are performing. But here, within the step sequence, we see a great example of the program component scores development, the way, the choice of the free foot placement within that twizzle, the choice of the arm, head, neck, hand line, all of this to enhance the presentation and the composition, and that's why Ami Nakai's components are in the mid-sevens.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the fans out there would recognize this skater is at a different level. They may not know exactly the details of what you talk about or myself, but they say, "Wow, look how much more speed there is," or whatever. Clearly, on Ami Nakai, she's looking for a 70, might fall a little bit short, but it's still a season's best of 68.66. Ami Nakai of Japan takes the lead.
日本选手中吉亚短截比的分为68.66分，刷新赛季最好成绩。
And that 10-point difference between Ami and Kara is that flow, is the speed, is the size of the movements and the choreography. And that growth can still very much come with Kara, but you can see that clearly on Ami.
Representing New Zealand, Kara Tang.
And great to see the New Zealand flag waved for Kara Tang in support of this skater. And her short program is a self-choreographed piece which tells the story of Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night. And she's extremely excited to showcase it here.
Starry, starry night. Paint your palette blue and gray. Look out on a summer's day with eyes that know the darkness in my soul. Shadows on the hills. Sketch the trees and the daffodils. Catch the breeze and the winter chills in colors on the snowy linen land. Now I understand what you tried to say to me, and how you suffered
新西兰选手
Representing New Zealand. Kara
15-year-old
Tang.
Cara Tang from Auckland in New Zealand. And she secured the double axel at the start of the program, but Cara will be disappointed with the jump combination, which was unsuccessful. That said, there were aspects and nuances within this piece which were so lovely. Beautiful version of Starry Night, and I love just the detail of the costuming with the Vincent van Gogh acknowledgement. Just obviously a very artistic skater with a mindfulness of the storytelling that she can shown at the beginning here too.
Yeah, a nice double axel. Pretty cautious going on that back outside edge, but it was worth it because it was a beauty in the air, that's for sure. Single lot should be disappointed, loses the combination there. And you can tell that she loves that music. As you mentioned, it's a really nice rendition of it. We take a look at some of the steps in here. She has 2 out of the 4 features. Remember, level 4 is the highest you can get on any of these spins and steps. And so there are specific features for each one of the elements, and we had 2 out of the 4 there. As we take a look at the change or the sit spin at the end of the program, she's a level 3 for that, just missing 1 feature. And there's the beautiful pose right at the end.
Yeah, and as we see that finish position, Ted, you can, if we hadn't seen the jumping passes and be able to see what the tech panel are inputting, you could be mistaken for thinking that Cara Tang has the potential to do as difficult jumping passes as that which we've seen. Her neck alignment, the finish position had such refinement, elegance and class in it. Obviously, that's what she is drawn to, but hopefully then being here with this experience will motivate her to believe she can do the harder tech stuff as well.
Yeah. And in the Kiss of Cry with a coach, Gordon Rushton, who has a brother actually in Canada. He was from Vancouver. He was a skater with his brother. So he's been in New Zealand for many, many years. I've been down there for some seminars. He's been there for a very long time. It was great to see him as he's here with his skater. For Cara Tang, 33.25, and that will put Cara currently into 4th place.
新西兰选手卡拉塔段键得分为33.25分，目前暂列第4位。
Oh, here we go. Group number 2's introduction. We'll step aside as you meet the next group of skaters.
欢迎第2组运动员入场。
Let's welcome our next group of skaters. Representing the Republic of Korea, Kim Yoo-seong. From People's Republic of China,
高诗琪。 韩国选手
from Republic of Korea, Kwon Kyung-yoon.
中国选手
From People's Republic of China,
金书杰。澳大利亚选手
from Australia, Hannah Bath.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
And there you go. There's group number 2, and there's the start order for this group of young women in the women's short program. Now we have some new questions coming in from around the world, around the globe. What do we got there, Mark?
Yes, thank you to Crystal Ball Sophia, who asks, are backflips allowed now in juniors? Any woman you've heard of that might include it? I do know of one, Ted. So in answer to the first part of the question, yes, now it is legal. There will not be a deduction for skaters that will be performing backflips. And we will see Patrick Blackwell competing later today from the United States of America. He's in the final group of the men's event after the short program, and en route to the silver medal that he won in his first Junior Grand Prix this season, he performed a backflip. Previously, last season, that would have incurred a mandatory deduction as an illegal element. That's no longer the case. It is legal for juniors and seniors, but it's not allowed for novices. But there is a little skater in Great Britain, Eloise, I think her name's Marinaro, but Eloise, who was a gymnast, and she was performing backflips. I remember from a really early developmental stage, it was really fascinating to see this youngster who didn't have double axel but did have backflip at the time, and now I've just seen recently she's performing that in the hockey events when there's a resurface at a hockey game in our home rink, and yeah, it's certainly very possible. That said, Ted, I don't know if you noticed recently, the man perhaps responsible for the inclusion of backflips this year, Adam Sialhimfa, the brilliant skater from France, looked to be elevating his backflip game and posted on social media where he was adding a backflip with a side twist craziness, and he shared a bit of a blooper reel, which I think has alarmed some skating fans as to whether or not he will injure himself too close to the season. So
Yeah, and
still
just,
a word of caution to all those trying it.
yeah, and just to clarify that the backflip, although you're not penalized for it, you also don't get hard points for it. It is a choreographic move that is, adds to the excitement of the program, but it's not like it's got, three points attached to it at all. So there's a value to it overall impression, but not necessarily for hard points. Like you would on a triple axel, you'd get 7.5 points or whatever it is now, but not applied to the backflip. However, it's great to have in the sport. It's exciting, and when we see the Raspberry by Ilya Belina, the world champion, and also we saw that by Blackwell. I think he does the Raspberry as well. Yeah. So those are very cool things, and I think it's a mixture of acrobatics and gymnastics and skating, and I think it makes the sport that much better. However, having said that, make sure that you train it safely and that you're well prepared to do it in competition. So there you go. What else do we have there, Mark?
Another question that has come in from @Bibliotaya. Do y'all as commentators get annoyed if some errors do not get called by the judges?
I never get annoyed.
That's good. Well, you are very chilled. I was thinking that just this morning, actually, Tim.
What? What did you say?
Just how wonderfully calm and chilled you are.
Yeah, no. But, no. Yeah. No, I don't. I mean, first of all, unless I've been on judging panels and I've been on the technical panel and done that. So I understand the process they go through. I actually trust the situation. The problem is for viewers that see something, they see it a certain way and they see it through one angle of television, which might be a different angle than the replay camera, right? So what you see and what they see might be different things depending on where you are in the rink, where the camera's in the rink, et cetera, et cetera. So if you make an assumption that what you saw was more accurate than what they saw, that might be wrong. You have to trust that system. And although sometimes you go, well, that looked to be all the way around, maybe not under-rotated, but which angle did you look at it from? So it is what it is, and I trust that system. It's imperfect, perhaps, to a certain degree. AI is going to fix that in time. But compared to what it was, this is so much better. But with growth yet to come and improvements yet to come. So there you go. I don't get annoyed. How about you?
Well, so I will be totally honest and transparent. And honesty, I think, is the best policy. I'm going to put my own head on the chopping block by acknowledging some of my thoughts, because when I competed, I remember so often I hear skaters that I've taught, skaters that I've worked with, who will say, it's not fair, or that judge doesn't like me, or and pass the blame of responsibility for something that I didn't agree with. And I hear it all the time. Now, with a little bit of age comes a little bit of wisdom and a little bit of awareness, and what I would be so encouraging for skaters to take ownership of is, maybe there are times, because the sport has an element of subjectivity, where a judge isn't as engaged with what you're offering as some might be, but ultimately the system allows the skaters to take control, and the criteria for which there is an abundant amount of communications for us to learn from gives the skater the opportunity to then work on what is clearly defined, to ensure that judges, irrespective of whether they like your music choice, your dress, your coach, or whatever, gives them the opportunity to ensure that judges will give them marks reflective of their quality.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's where I'm at.
No, I think that's well said. I also think the skaters, if you skate clean without any doubt, you will not have an issue. You will not point fingers. If you're all the way around on your jump, you will not have an issue. You'll get the award. So it is in the control of the skater. Let's get going here. Look who's on the ice right now, about to skate.
Well, this is one of the skaters in this competition of 34 women who has the potential to make the Junior Grand Prix final. She was fourth at the Junior Grand Prix final in Beijing last season. Now, Yusong Kim hopes to add another title to the title she won in Ankara a few weeks ago. She skates to the beautiful music by Claude Debussy, Claire de Lune. With such are the high expectations of Yusong Kim that a double three-turn on one jumping pass of the 7 elements is enough to have her slightly frustrated with that performance. That said, as the fellow teammates cheer her on, I do think that Yusong Kim has developed the program components score since we saw her last compete in Ankara in Turkey.
Yeah, it's beautiful. What a wonderful performance. Just that three-turn. And you're right, when you're a perfectionist and you're at that level, just a three-turn on the end of a landing, which would be success for some people, upset you. There's the double axel, beautiful flow in and out, stretch free leg, look at the back, and arm movements as well. You'll see beautiful arm movements throughout this program. Here's the triple toe loop, and there it is. She's got the free leg stuck in front, couldn't get it back, and that's to do a three-turn. Triple flip, though, beautiful. Nice flow on the landing as well, and right into this fine camel spin. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Well, it's interesting, Ted, because I think Yoo Sung Kim has just such a sensitive artistry. For me, when you compare the Korean skaters and the Japanese skaters, there's so much to admire in Yoo Sung Kim. We have to go really nitpicky as we look through the rocker, the counter, and the loop. That one of the clusters is part of the step sequence. She has great edge set too. To me, the body alignment, the point of the free foot, and the use of the blade on leaving the ice when the skater is skating are not quite as refined and defined as the likes of Ami Nakai from Japan. So that is the reason why, despite the glorious posture and the fingertip extension we see in the end pose, the components for Yoo Sung Kim and the skating skills are 6/10 of a point lower than Ami Nakai. And so that's the privilege that we have in seeing such great skaters from Japan and Korea, where we have to delve deeper to see the fine detailed differences, and it would be that skating skill refinement.
I think there are only 4 points difference here, but I see a lot of, there's not as much attack and speed across the ice. But 64.20, and that puts Yoo Sung Kim currently into second place. The leader, Ami Nakai, has 68.66, so just 4 points off that as you take a look at the leaderboard so far in the competition. And certainly beautiful, both beautiful skaters, but a little bit more attack and flow and speed in Ami Nakai for sure.
Representing People's Republic
Boy,
of China.
what a good group of skaters that hits.
It's really strong. And the following skater, Shiki Gao, who was 7th at the Winter Youth Olympics in Gangwon earlier this year, and I remember being so impressed by seeing her in the Junior Grand Prix last year. Talking about refinement, this is a skater with beautiful aesthetic on the ice. Well, the first of the Chinese representatives, the first of 3 Chinese women competing in this event, Shiki Gao, and she has her hobbies listed as piano playing and ballet, and you sense that kind of skater when we watch she could go out, but of course she looking disappointed because of the opening jumping past the triple lutz, which she did struggle with in the warm-up, so it's not wholly surprising, but she has landed it domestically this summer, so she'll be frustrated, I'm sure.
But you also look at the basic skating skills, it's all there. She got better after this element here. Let's see what happens. Triple lutz opens up a little bit too early, and she under-rotated too far forward, and she has to take the fall. And the rest of the program got significantly better, and we'll take a look at the double axel here. Good lift, beautiful flow on that landing. Acceleration right after that, the triple flip, that was solid. Get the free leg back in time, right into this sit spin, this change combo spin here, and that is in a level 3. So missing one of the features there, but overall pretty good. And the step sequence is good as well. Her passion of performance grew as the program went on.
Yeah, good use of body movement here in that back Choctaw. And perhaps as a result of the ballet education, there's always, like I said at the start of the program, there's always an awareness of aesthetic, making her very easy to watch skater. Gorgeous posture. She performs towards the judging panel within that element, and this layback is fabulous.
You can see the Bielman, that blade's got to be right above the head. They call that a pearl as well, when the head's right in the middle of that circle, if you will, as she finishes the program. Right there, right in front of the judges. Nicely done. And all three of these young Chinese skaters have really excellent talent. We've seen them in practice sessions. Of course, you don't know what's going to happen in the competition, but what we saw in practice is like, wow, there's a lot of very good young Chinese skaters coming up. 60.40 is her personal best. You won't see that here. It's a 50.20 with that fall off the top of the program. And that'll put Shiki out of China currently in 4th place. There's a look at your top 5 skaters so far in the women's short program.
From Republic of Korea, Hwang Jong-yul.
And the familiar sight of Hyung Kyung Choi, the coach, rinkside, as her charge. Jong-Yo Hwang takes to the ice. She was 6th in Ankara. And she will skate to music by Vangelis with the triple toe, her first jumping pad. Jung-Yo Hwang from Korea, showcasing such impressive consistency. This skater, when she performed the short program in Ankara in Turkey, had positive grades of execution from all 9 judges on all 7 elements, and she'd just gone out, different continent, different event, and delivered yet again another clean skate.
And what a great sort of adjustment after the first triple toe loop in the combination. She was a little bit too far forward, but she straightened her back up, carried the flow up into the second triple toe, and that could have gone really awry, but she just was instinctive to straighten that back. We'll take a look at that in just a second. You see the opening here. But what a firecracker. She's full of energy. I think we'll see here coming up. Let's see, this is the first triple toe loop. See how far in a lean she is, but she keeps that back straight and strong, gets the free leg back, straightens it up in the second triple toe loop. And there is no element under review, so everything has been cleared live, which is rarely seen. There's the triple flip a little bit later, nice and straight in the air on that. Tight ankles, a little twizzle. And then this spread eagle up into the double axel. You were commenting how difficult that is, Mark.
And she had like a wally jump before the spread eagle, so the complexity of the transition. And here, as you see her doing the change edge bracket counter loop into the illusion, then an Euler, then a bit of body movement, then the back pivot, then some more storytelling. There's just so much going in to the composition and choreography this by Yu Jishin.
That was well done, Mark. He just and then. That was like really, that was excellent. But just like her, very smooth. Wow. That's exciting. Just 14 years old, and her personal best is 63.34, and we'll see how close she can come to that score here. Pretty tidy program. Her PC marks are in at the mid to high 6s, a little short of the top skaters.
Yeah, and that's what we're lucky enough to be able to see now is clean skates, allowing us to really delve deep into differences.
61.81, and that will put her currently into 3rd place. There's a look at your top 5 skaters so far.
From People's Republic of China,
金书贤。
Well, now to the second Chinese woman competing, just 13 years old, Xu Jianjin, who shares the same coaching staff as the brilliant Shikigawa who we've already seen, starting with the bold barrier stance for her short program. Shu Zhen from China, just 13 years of age, her first international competition, her first Junior Grand Prix. But as I mentioned in the event yesterday within the men's competition, there are lots of domestic events in China, and this young woman has been showcasing her quality in domestic competition. She's had a score as high as 65 in her short program at junior events within China, and now the rest of the world being treated to what some had already seen.
That was a nice clean skate. The best element in that short program was the layback spin at the end. That was incredibly fast, beautifully centered, incredible position as well. Let's take a look at some of the element. Here's the triple lutz, straight up, high and tight in the air. Look at the feet, nice and tight together all the way around, no doubt. In fact, there's just one element, a spin, that's under review. The rest is clean. There's the double axel, and here is the triple flip. This didn't lift as high, but she's so efficient in rotation, it didn't really matter. We take a look at some of the steps. And the steps come in actually at a level. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Well, I was just going to say, so well-rounded. Xu Jian, everything is discussed and delivered, and this layback spin, just phenomenal speed. So for the grade of execution, judges want to see clear positions, good speed, good centering, and effortlessness, and there was excess rotation in this Bielmann spin position. This is almost Mao Shimada quality. This was superb.
Yeah, really a wonderful performance. I think we'll see a pretty good score here. Maybe not her 65, but she's just 13 years of age, and we've seen all three of the Chinese young women are very, very strong. And what's happening with so many competitions, so many competitors now in China, is competition breeds competition, and success will breed success. And I think we'll see a system that starts to set itself up much like Japan did, that it's really tough to get out to represent your country. So your level of skating has to be significantly higher. And some countries have some good skaters, but they're not pushed as much as they would be in a country that has a lot of skaters. So they're setting themselves up extremely well for success, obviously in pairs, also in singles as well, and dance is coming along nicely as well. So this is exciting as we see a 62.95. That would put her currently into third place, and look pretty happy with that. That's amazing. As we take a look at the leaderboard, and there it is. 68, 64, 62, 61, yeah, exactly. And the next skater for Hannah Bath from Australia, she's strong as well, Mark.
Yeah, we knew this would be a strong event. The final stop on the 2024 ISU Junior Grand Prix. And this skater, as you say, Ted, Hannah Bath, will want to be one of those considered in contention.
Everything you know is the melodies and symphonies. Everything you know is
澳大利亚选手。
Representing Australia, Hannah.
14-year-old Hannah Bath from Australia, and she demonstrated what we've grown to appreciate so much from this skater in that triple late in the program. The Lutz toe so comfortably done. She's so springy on the ice, but unfortunately the mistake on the double axel will be a frustration for Hannah, and then she doesn't have the same quality of program component scores that so many of the women we've seen already in this event have.
Yeah, here's the double axel, great height, but she over rotates it and has to step out of it. That's a bit disappointing to start the program with. But she's a wonderful jumper, no question, but there's a lot of detail. There's the triple flip. There's a lot of refinement that needs to happen. In this field, you can see it because there's a lot of really good skaters with nuances. We see a beautiful triple Lutz, triple toe loop. That's her strength. And we did see a better free program in Bangkok. You saw her work with the music a little bit more. Look at the toes there, the stretch free leg. Those things need to be refined a little bit more. It's going to be a great help as we see a spinning sit spin as part of her step sequence. The steps come in at level 3.
And there's lots of body movement here and some energy and conviction from Hannah. The challenge is just to hone the fundamental body awareness, whereby the shoulder blades are pulled back, the posture is really tightly engaged, so that it gives a greater semblance of body control for the judges to push higher into the components. It's not bad, it's just that she's in an event where we've seen an incredibly strong field.
Exactly, it's not bad, but that's if she wants to compete with the best, she's going to have to fix that area, and she's already got the jumps. This is there, no problem. It's the refinement, which is not very nice for skaters, particularly jumpers who love to fly. They don't want to spend the time in those refinement, those detail, but you have to. If you want to compete at the top, you need all the jumps, you need all the spins, and you need the refinement as well. And that takes time as we take a look at a 53.25 season's best for Hannah Bath in the short program. That will put her currently into 6th place.
澳大利亚选手哈纳巴斯做结得分为53.25分，刷新赛季最好成绩，目前暂列第6位。
Ladies and gentlemen,
Well, that is the end of group number 2 as we will take a look in just a moment at the top scores after 2 groups. There they are. I mean, Kai, Yusung Kim, and Zhu Jian from China. She was awesome. And some other good skaters as well. This is a very tough field, Mark. But as we go to the ice surfacing break, what is our video lineup?
Well, a chance to listen into the interview of the winner last week in Ljubljana, Slovenia, Sophie Jolien von Felten, who we will see competing in this competition. She will be in 27th skate order. And then a chance to listen to one of my favorite all-time skaters, Carolina Kostner, who we had the privilege of chatting with earlier on the Junior Grand Prix this year.
Well, we hope you enjoy it, and we'll be back right after this.
Sophie Jolien von Felten, you are now a Junior Grand Prix winner. It's amazing. Congratulations. Now, a couple of years ago, we haven't seen you on the Junior Grand Prix for 2 years. And 2 years ago, the score in your free skate was like 50 points lower than what it was today. What have you done in the past couple of years to make such a huge improvement?
I finally found my great coaches team to help me with everything, with presentation, with my jumps, and be more consistent. I'm skating now a lot of more programs in my training, and yeah.
Now, this is the first time we've seen you on the Junior Grand Prix series this year, but I and many of the other skating fans will have seen what you're doing online. Can you just tell us about some of the other amazing things that we might see from you in the future?
I would love to show a clean quad sao because I've been training that, maybe later on in the season. And I would love to go to Junior Worlds and be still consistent, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, certainly you've showcased just how amazing that you are here in Ljubljana, and we wish you nothing but huge success for the rest of the season.
Thank you so much.
Carolina Kostner, we are just beyond delighted to have you joining us during the Junior Grand Prix. You are a 4-time Olympian, world champion, and I gather the most celebrated or successful skater in European Figure Skating Championship history in single skating. So it's just an absolute pleasure to have you with us. And I understand that your mum was a figure skater and your dad was a hockey player. So I imagine that shaped a huge part of your introduction to the sport. Is that right?
I grew up in a very sports interested family. My dad is a hockey player. My mom used to figure skate, but she never coached me, or she never was involved in my coaching, other than supporting me 100%, which I'm very, very grateful for. It's funny that sometimes there are skaters who don't like their parents to be there. For me, it was never a matter, but I knew that my mom enjoyed skating so much, and to me, knowing that she had the chance to come, I would always encourage her to come and watch the competitions. And I know she would sit in the stands the whole competition, starting from the first skater to the very last skater, and she really enjoyed
Because she loved it, rather than that was because she was happy to enjoy skating, as opposed to seeing where's my daughter going to finish against these people.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's no secret to anybody that knows me that you are undoubtedly one of my absolute all-time favorite skaters. I'm always really conscious that when you move and when you skate, it's aesthetically very beautiful. Was the influence to make that beautiful movement that makes you one of the most popular skaters to have ever skated?
Something maybe for juniors to hear is that I hate it. Hate it is a bad word, but I did not enjoy dance class at all until I turned 16.
Wow.
So it's only after a quite serious back injury that I couldn't skate, that I spent a lot of time in the dance room, and started from zero classical ballet. And that's where I really fell in love with the discipline it gives you, and with the basic training it gives you, and seeing then going on to also training with ballet dancers, I would see how the biggest stars would start from a very simple bar, and that I try to transfer that on the ice as well, that every time I go back on the ice, I would spend part of my training for the basics, for a crossroll, for a backstroke, or for a landing position. It kind of became part of me, also seeing what those great dancers do, you know. I believe that everything comes together, the technical skill and the artistic skill. When it all comes together, it just creates magic to me when I watch. And I just truly felt I kind of wanted to do that as well, and just tried my best.
You managed to stay competitive. You did 4 Olympics, is that correct? 4 Olympic cycles, and you competed for a much longer, prolonged period than so many others do. Was it the choices that you made, as you've just pertained to there, that helped you to, on the whole, stay so healthy for so long?
I wish I had like the secret ingredient that I have found, that I could tell everyone, that I could tell every young skater. There isn't. Probably I feel very lucky that I had a body that adjusted very well. Growing up, I may have had an attitude towards skating. I loved it so much that it didn't really matter so much the results, but the improvement I could feel every step of the way. I am aware that I burst into the senior scene in 2003 with very good skates, kind of together with my junior companions, Miki Ando, Alisa Cisny. We would start pushing the level of figure skating, the technical level, starting to make triple combinations a normality.
I actually remember, Carolina, I went to watch the European Championships in Malmo. One of my friends was competing at that event, and I went just to watch from the UK, and you just were doing like triple flip, triple toe, triple loop, triple loops, triple toe, triple loop. You just triple, you did triple of everything. It was unbelievable.
it was so much fun. I would test myself and get inspired and get motivated and just try to add wherever I could. So actually, I think I remember that in the qualifying round in Malmö, the actual triple flip, triple toe wasn't planned. I just added it at that moment because it felt good. You know, at that age, you almost see it as playfulness, and you don't live the competition so serious. You see it seriously, but for me, everything was so exciting and cool, and I felt so lucky. I think it just got transferred into my performance, totally forgetting that people would watch or that it was a big competition. It was just me and the ice, and when I finished, I think I brought the hands just to my head, just saying, what just happened?
What have I just done here? And how amazing to, even as we think about the junior skaters, who some of them you can see what you've just described, when you had that youthful exuberance, the repercussions of things, and you just go out and skate freely. And then even during the Junior Grand Prix, especially now because the age entry into seniors is a little bit older, we sometimes see skaters then have a period in their life where then self-doubt becomes a major factor and some anxieties about your own self-confidence. Now, you had a long enough career for us to see you go through that and still come out the other side. I think that will be something that if the junior skaters aren't familiar with your career, if they look back and hopefully hear from you now, they'd be hugely inspired by seeing you go through that roller coaster and come back out the other side.
Yes, I absolutely encourage everyone to stick to your dreams. I think as young skaters, we are lucky to be more I don't want to say unrealistic about our dreams, but we tend to be able to imagine more
creatively,
crazy things, and then you grow up and you may, you know, be more aware of your limits and get to know how it's actually not so easy as you thought as a kid. So I really encourage young skaters to truly believe in what their imagination can come up with, because sometimes life just surprises us. And apparently when I was 11, somebody told me this, that I had said I'm going to be a world champion one day, and now if I think back, I'm like, what? Yes, your beliefs can guide you so well. And then on the other side, I encourage everyone to be realistic and to keep your feet on the ground, to get to know your limits and to work with them, to not be scared to acknowledge them and to be able to discuss them with your coach instead of trying to hide them, because as young skaters we think that the coach may not realize or may not see them if we kind of hide them, but you know, we spend so much time with our coaches that they know exactly how you feel the moment you step on the ice or they see your expression on your face. So to learn how to communicate with your coach and to be able to also let them know about your struggles, and this is the way then they can actually maybe come up with a plan on how to help, how to face it, how to be able to have an input in that as well. And the other thing is, and I still have that, is I love figure skating. I love it no matter what, and that helped me so much.
Grazie mille, Carolina.
Grazie a voi. Thank you to everyone for the invitation to spend a little time with you, and good luck to all the skaters for the Junior Grand Prix series.
的观众朋友们，下一次的比赛很快就要开始了，让我们再次的向镜头挥挥双手，活动起来，就像上大屏幕上的，抓紧时间向我们镜头挥挥手，看谁出现在屏幕上了。Hello everyone， 来向我们镜头挥挥手，对，把手中的粉旗和我们的音乐牌举起来，好不好？让我们再次为所有的选手一起加油 ！Let's wave to the camera。看到一张张快乐的笑脸，让我们共同迎接下一组选手的登场。女单的选手表现是相当的棒，也希望大家能够保持住这个热情，为所有的选手加油呐喊。Hello, welcome! Wave to the camera. Just enjoy the competition. 向着镜头比比心，比个耶啊！看到有网易韩的粉丝。让镜头再次的挥挥手，举起你的圆牌和我们的国旗，再次让大家感受一下我们无锡观众的热情。欢迎第三组运动员入场。
Let's welcome our next group of skaters.
亚美尼亚选手
Representing Armenia, Sophie Karapetian.
印度尼西亚选手
Representing Indonesia, Michelle Ajinik Aksiu.
中国选手
Representing People's Republic of China.
王一涵，芬兰选手
Representing Finland, Minja Peltonen.
斯洛伐克选手
Representing Slovakia, Olivia Lengelova.
哈萨克斯坦选手
Representing Kazakhstan, Sofia Farakonova.
运动员现在在进行6分钟热身。
Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
Welcome back, everyone, to week number 7, the final week on the Junior Grand Prix 2024 series. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty. He's joining us from his studio in Nottingham when we take a look at the start order for group number 3 on the ice in the women's short program. Mark, do we have some more questions coming in?
Yes, we have actually had a very open-ended question, and it comes from @EmmaViolet96, and she says, any tips for trying ice skating for the first time?
This skater
Now,
is Vera
we,
That's a good one. In her second year on the
I'm seeing, you know, we talk about, I don't want, it's not about me necessarily, but I am part of a TV show where they take celebrity ice skaters who have never skated before, and within a process of 4 months, depending on how far they do in the competition, they have to then perform with a professional skating partner. And so the next batch of celebrity contestants for that TV show have just been revealed, and it's a real challenge for complete novices to embrace our sport. What I am conscious of, though, in that regard is when somebody wants to learn to skate and they have a reason to do it and a timeline with a goal, it is amazing how much can be achieved in a very short space of time. And I think for anybody learning to skate, hopefully you'll do it and you'll love it and you'll just fall in love with the gorgeous glide that it offers. If you want to be competitive, then I would suggest that you have a goal and a timeline, because then that will help to accelerate the progression significantly.
Yeah, and I think, in your case, you're a good partner and a kind person. So that helps a person who hasn't really ever skated before, because they've got someone in holding, helping and holding them up probably for the first little while, right? So if you've got somebody that is a friend of yours that can skate, and you go skating with them, that's going to be, first of all, a lot more fun, and second of all, you're going to learn a lot faster, that's for sure. So, wow. Okay, good question. What else we got?
And then that offers us the opportunity to ask those that are listening to please do check in and touch base with the International Skating Union on Instagram. We've got wonderful people as part of the team, and they'll be able to help direct questions to you. So please send any questions you may have. We did have one really interesting question, Ted, and it's for you, really, in a comment that we were talking about on the previous warm-up, just about how AI, we were talking about judging and how AI could potentially clarify some of the judges' inputs. And the question was, can Ted expand upon what he meant regarding AI to fix judging in time, please? And I think I know what you mean, but I'll leave it to it.
I think that I believe that AI is in every sport now. You talk about even Wimbledon tennis. Now they're going to use AI. They just decided that. Like there's other ball tracking devices. A person travels across the ice. They leap into the air. There are ways to measure the speed, measure the height, measure the distance, measure the amount of rotation. When did the blade leave the ice? When did the blade hit the ice? And how much of rotation exactly was there, et cetera, et cetera. That is expensive. That is not easy to do. It's not cheap, but it's certainly not a priority of a company that may want to make a lot of money of that, right? But the point is that it exists out there. Now, how would we use that in the sport? I don't think we should ever, and I think everybody agrees, we should never replace judges. You need a judge. You need the human element. That's what makes us different. That's what makes it emotional. That's what makes it engaging. But when we're looking at the amount of rotation, there's so many variables. The amount of curve. When does the blade actually leave the ice versus when does the blade touch the ice? How much rotation exactly on that blade? And is it the blade only that measures the amount of rotation? So those types of things have to be worked out with the International Skating Union and with what AI can exactly do. And but it can also provide things such as how far did a skater skate? Now that doesn't have anything to do with the judgment, but I think they did this in Japanese television. Patrick Chan skated 7 kilometers in one program, where another skater had skated 5 kilometers in one program. So, the interesting facts and fun for the audience doesn't really have an impact necessarily on the judging. So, what separates viewership interest and information versus what the sport is judged on? AI can help in some aspects of the judgment, so it's really 100% accurate and fair for all skaters without any variabilities of angles. But in other aspects, no, it's, you need the judges there. And so I think we'll see this evolve, and I don't know how and I don't know when, but I believe very strongly it will happen.
And it's interesting when we listen to the fans, and I've loved this season particularly, Ted, your acknowledgement of the importance of hearing the opinions of those that are watching the sport, and hearing how some people will acknowledge, our sport, it's judged and it's not fair. Those those things that you've mentioned as possibilities only serve to increase tangible realities for points. But then the other factor, which we discussed last week during the broadcast, is the artistry, which is far less tangible in its assimilation of points. So I remember when we were in Japan at the World Championships in Saitama, Japan, and they had an aspect on screen for the running, landing, edge, speed on many of the jumps, and also the height and distance covered, as you were mentioning. And that's tangible and that's real, and that could be assigned to numbers. But in terms of then the other very gorgeous, glorious part of our sport, which so many fans fall in love with, is the artistry, the presentation, the composition. That's, I think, much harder to ascertain with numbers, but we talked about that and different judging panels.
And I don't think they should go down.
No more, though.
No, and I don't think they should go down that road. Just leave it to be the technical part. Leave the rest for the human. And so I think there is great possibilities of moving forward. big discussion, lots more on that. But we got to get moving on to group number 3. Mark, take us away.
Yes, and it skater opening this third group is Sofia Karapetyan representing Armenia. She explained to me how grateful she is for the Armenian Federation for this opportunity and how delighted she is. Having trained in the arena where the Junior Grand Prix in Yerevan took place last year, now in Wuxi, China, skating to Torn. Sophie Karapetyan from Armenia, a skater who told me that since 2017, figure skating has become her life and therefore her family's life too. And so she extends her gratitude to the coaching and the family that support her ability to compete at the likes of this Junior Grand Prix in Wuxi.
Yeah, and you can see she had certainly some triples planned there. They didn't materialize. And coming to an event like this, you start to realize how hard the sport is. When you're learning it in a practice rink, it's hard, right? And gets that double axel done. That was a good job. And but when you do it in competition, then you really understand how difficult it is because the nerves take over, the anticipation as well. And wow, that's a whole new ball game when you start to compete, particularly internationally. Nice double flip into the sit spin here. The sit spin comes in, or the change combo spin at a level 2. So remember, there's 4 levels of difficulty for each one of the spin elements and the steps as well. And there are different features, and if you can get those 4 features certified by the technical panel, you get a level 4, more points. It was a level 2.
And that's something that the skaters, as we've said before, Ted, is Sophie reflects upon this performance. She'll be just assessing, okay, so what was the assessment of the panel? Step sequence coming in at level 1, this layback spin just coming in at a base level, so the panel not satisfied that the likes of the Bielmann position, which we've just seen, were either sufficiently assumed or sufficiently maintained for the correct number of rotations as Meek Vardanyan joins her in the kiss and cry.
The 39.19 is her personal best. And okay, I'm going to ask that question actually a little bit later. But let's take a look at her short program score here in week number 7, 32.46. We'll put Sophie currently into 10th place. I was just about to say that our audience is a wide audience, from the new viewers to very experienced viewers. And so the question for us is, how much information do we provide before we get people confused, right? So it's always the challenge, you know. Yeah.
Representing Indonesia, Michelle
important.
Aksi.
Hug shared between coach and student as Misha Ergina Axel represents Indonesia, and she takes to the ice now. A skater who explained that her goal for this event is to keep calm and patient throughout the program, and we wish her all the very best. Not an easy feat, but the takeoff of the triple salto, which she intends, requires that patience if it's to be successful.
She was so nice. She gave me a little flag pin before the event started.
Michelle Egina Axel representing Indonesia, a skater who's in their third year of university, studying food science, so busy with academics, and a skater who has to sometimes share the ice with hockey players. So not a skater coming in with the optimal time and focus on their skating pursuits, but to me, from my memory of what I last saw of her, a significant improvement from season to season.
And I love those stories that you dig up, Inspector Hanratty, because it makes it so human. She's a student in university, and it's participating at the level that she can, when I mean afford time-wise in her life. It's just remarkable. And I think it's fantastic that, You know, when these skaters get the double axel done or the triple salchow done with a limited amount of ice time and space and support, it's just as special as those top athletes who are on the podium. And that's what the juniors is all about, and we're lucky enough to see the full range.
And as we watched Michelle just working through her layback, she'd explained that for her, the rink is really far from her home. She's really grateful to her mum for all the driving that she does to allow her to skate, and now hopes that figure skating can be a positive activity for future Indonesian skaters that have a positive mindset for the sport. And so her bravery and juggling all her pursuits and skating in a rink, as she shapes hearts in the kiss and cry in a rink that's not as optimal or which doesn't get as much time, she's putting herself out here now for other Indonesian skaters to be inspired by, and she's done so brilliantly. And good to see she and her coach, I think Alberto is her coach, just enjoying the moment.
And how nice is that for her mom to hear her thanks for her work. 31.27 for Michelle. That is 11th in the short program. And some enjoyment, meeting friends and skaters from around the world, and here at an international competition, bring that back home, inspire a new generation of skaters in Indonesia, and be part of a movement, if you will, to the ice in different parts of the world.
That's wonderful to see. Those that have already competed for China now in the stands to support Yi Han Wang, the 14-year-old, the third and final Chinese skater in this event. And we've seen brilliance already. Xu Jianjin currently in third place. How will Yi Han Wang fare as she skates to Painted Black? China's Yi Han Wang came into this event with 15 points following her title win in Bangkok earlier on the Junior Grand Prix. She one of the skaters desperately eager, I am sure, to achieve a spot at the Junior Grand Prix final in Grenoble in France. How costly will the triple flip mistake be for this athlete in what is an incredibly strong field already?
Well, she kind of covered up that a little bit as she sort of turned into the spin after, but you're right. How costly would that be? This young skater is inspiring a new generation of young Chinese women to excel in the junior categories. We saw that already with the other two skaters, and here she is at home, and we know that it's growing so much here in China. If she can make the Junior Grand Prix final, how exciting would that be for this nation? As we see the triple Lutz, triple toe loop, that was easy, so straight and strong and tight in the air. Double axel, little scratchy on the back outside edge, but gets it done. Good strong back, no problem, tidy rotation. But let's slow this down here. There's the takeoff on the flip. That looked pretty good in the air, but the free leg was really slow coming out and circled around. She stumbled, but then she continued right out into the change combination spin that is in at level 3. So her personal best is 65.39. We'll see how close she comes to that. She's going to still have a pretty good score, I think.
Yeah, and it's interesting as we look from event to event. I'm looking back at Yihan Wang's score sheet from Bangkok, and at that event she had only a level 3 on this amazing layback. This event, that's come in as a level 4, but where she had level 4s on the combo spin and the step sequence previously, at this event just a level 3. So it will all factor in as she awaits the judgment call.
Pretty focused on the scores. Okay, my eyes are lasered into that monitor to see what the scores are going to be. She's a little disappointed, of course, with that mistake, and she's wearing that right now on her face. But you know, just 14, skating at home in front of her competitors, her home competitors, friends and family as well, and federation. That's a lot of stress, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Yihan Wang from China. 63.15. That is third so far in the short program, and a slight nod of approval by Yihan. And there it is, number 3 and 4 skaters from China. And we are starting to see a change of tide, or maybe not a change of tide, but some challenges from other countries around the world, Mark.
Representing Finland, Minja.
And here to the skater that has travelled from Finland, Minja Peltonen. And Minja messaged me just this morning to say it's like she's living in a dream to be able to travel all over the world skating. And without skating, she would never have experienced the different countries and cultures. Let's hope that she enjoys this experience on the ice in Wuxi, China. Minja Peltonen, the 18-year-old, showcasing a much stronger performance than that which she had in Ostrava. In Ostrava, she had only a double-double combination. She had a fall and an under-rotated triple flip, and she had a single axel. This, although not the absolute dream skate for Minja, this much better than what she performed there. So hopefully some sense of redemption for the 18-year-old from Vantaa.
Yeah, and with this skate, you can sort of see the future a little bit. She can turn those triple jumps. She's powerful. She covers the ice. So there's some really good basics to work with there as she puts her hands to her head and that miss. Let's take a look at some of these elements. The triple Lutz, unfortunately, combo goes down here. See what happens. Looked good at the beginning, but way too far forward on the landing and couldn't get that free leg back in time. She slips off, toe picks. But comes back down the ice, quick triple flip takeoff. A little bit questioning that landing, but gets it done. And double axel was no problem. A little bit later, good speed on that edge. That was cool. Change direction from that landing edge.
Yeah, that rocker.
Yeah, really nice. And here's the sit spin. Pick up speed there. That's a feature to increase the speed. And there's a change position as well. So that sit spin comes in at level 3. We'll hop on the change combination spin at the end of the program.
And there were so many good nuances and difficult touches, as you say, like I think it was the back outside rocker from the landing of the double axel into different body movement, all really complex and intricate. As I see the personal best score from Minja Peltonen, which came from a senior event last year, 55 in a short program, I just wonder if perhaps, because she's pursuing more difficult composition and choreography, perhaps that's maybe affected the skating skills because there's less speed. It's all a juggling act in the pursuit of greater.
Well, season best at 40 points for the short program. That'll put her currently into 9th place.
芬兰选手林贾佩尔托尼段间得分为40分，刷新赛季最好成绩，目前暂列第9位。下一位登场的是斯洛伐克选手。
Representing Slovakia.
And now we look to the Slovakian representative, Olivia Lengyelova. We saw her younger sister, Elisa, who was brilliant by placing 6th in Gdansk and 6th in Ostrava. Now it is the turn of Olivia as she skates to the music Cold. Slovakia's Olivia Lengilova completes her short program in a skater that had an interesting and mature approach to the short program performance, called by Anelli a different choice. And she has some maturity, much like her sister, and elegance across the ice. But you can see perhaps as she leaves the rink, the disappointment which will be as a result of the mistake made on the tech score.
Yeah, 7 elements and 4 are currently under review. And that first element, the triple flip, is under rotated. We'll take a look at that slow motion and watch the foot. For those new viewers, watch the landing as she comes down out of the air. Is that foot fully rotated backwards? It turns on contact with the ice, and that goes in the judging system as an under rotation and a reduction to the score. And here's the double axel right off the end of the edge. Good lift as well. That was nice. Good extension as well. There's a nice little counter in this triple flip here. Or I guess that was the Lutz there.
Yeah.
And that's just the combo.
And as I say, interesting choice of music and appropriate in its contemporary style with the arm work here and the intensity directing some of that passion towards the judges as we see the Bielmann spin feature to close out the short program for Olivia.
And you can see, you know, just the focus is still yet to be sort of developed as she finished that pose. You want to just stay absolutely still and make it a, you know, sort of a period at the end of the sentence. Make a statement, if you will, with that last pose. Those are the little details that take a long time. You think in your mind, well, why? What difference does it make? Well, it makes a huge difference if you're watching it, not if you're doing it. It doesn't feel, you know, it feels like, oh, I have to do that? Yeah, but because when people see it, it's way more impactful, of course. Take a look at the scores. She has a 50.74 personal best, and she's going to fall quite short on that of that score here today. The 42.03 for Olivia Lengilova of Slovakia. That'll put her currently into 9th place.
伦耶诺瓦和结果分等42.03分，目前暂列第9位。
One more skater in group number 3.
Representing Kazakhstan, Sofia Farafonova.
And now to Sofia Farafonova, a skater who was one of a few skaters who competed at the Dennis 10 Memorial last week in her home nation. She was 13th there with a total of 129 points, looking for more in Wuxi at the Junior Grand Prix. Sofia Farafonova from Kazakhstan.
Sofia Farafonova.
And as I consider the age of Sofia, I suspect this will be her last Junior Grand Prix experience, given her age. And as you've said, what a wonderful location for which to commemorate and celebrate your final Junior Grand Prix as she heads back to senior events and Challenger Series competitions while she leaves the ice now.
Yeah, I love the end of the program, just perfectly on the last piano note. Was really nicely done. She has a maturity when she skates. Let's take a look at some of these elements. There's the triple toe loop, touchdown with a free foot, second triple toe loop, you know, not under rotated, downgraded. Really didn't get high enough or far enough around. Double axel, gets it done. Kind of slow a little bit, a little leg kick and choreographic move right at the end. And then the triple flip a little bit later in the program, again, touchdown with a free foot. And that looks to be a habit a little bit on both those.
Yeah.
You can stand up on it only if you land on 2 feet, but unfortunately that's costly from point perspective in the GOE, the quality.
And I think for Sofia, as we see her working through the edges within the step sequence, I thought in warm-up that she was working the triple loose, and that is indeed actually the planned program content for Sofia. So gorgeous Bielmann spin position and perfectly timed finish position with the hand as she is joined in the kiss and cry, but maybe just wasn't confident enough to go for the triple lutz combo. But then it can be so challenging to make the last minute tweaks and changes. It depends how the skater prepares, but sometimes making those late minute changes doesn't necessarily guarantee the clean skate, and perhaps that's why we saw the downgrade on the second triple toe in the opening combo.
Yeah, and you can see just his shoulder sort of shrug a little bit. Oh well. But you know, it's so difficult for these athletes to assess so quickly after the performance how they felt about it, what actually happened, you know, because you in competition, in practice, you just do it like a robot. You don't have emotions tied into it, but in competition, emotion changes everything. How will you manage that emotion is so critical. 43 points for Sofia Farafonova from Kazakhstan. That'll put her currently in 9th place.
哈萨克斯坦选手法拉福诺娃得分为43分，目前暂列第9位。欢迎第4组运动员入场。
Let's welcome our next group of skaters. Representing Singapore, Liana Shenroding.
中国香港选手
Representing Hong Kong, China.
郭信怡。 日本选手
Representing Japan, Takagi Yo.
埃及选手
Representing Egypt, Hannah Davies.
秘鲁选手
Representing Peru, Sara Sofreo Bravo.
蒙古选手
Representing Mongolia, Nishil Okunbata.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
And there is a look at the start order for group number 4 currently on the ice for their warm-up. And Mark, just to talk a little bit further about, you know, we've been reaching out throughout the past 6 weeks. We're on week number 7 now to the audiences, and you know, one of the great things what the ISU is doing is they have a Vision 2030, and that is all about how does the sport, how can we change the sport to make it keep its traditions in many ways, but also make it a little bit new and attractive to a new audience? How do we spread that around the world, which is actually happening, which is really good? But I think we need input from the fans. I mean, we've asked on a number of occasions from the fans, what are your ideas as a fan of this sport? What is it you would like to see change that could create your involvement as a viewer, and make it even more interesting for you? Obviously, information we've learned at this past 6 weeks, that the basics of skating that Mark and I have done was kind of done very quickly, but it's been effective to those people that don't know really anything about the sport. So there's obviously a lot more that can be done, and we did a little bit on the judging system, not enough for people to really get the handle on it, and maybe a little bit too confusing in a way. We'll do a better job moving forward, perhaps. But what is it that you feel the ISU could do to make your participation as a viewer more enjoyable and feel that you're more part of it? That's very, very important, because we can talk all we want, people can have all the ideas in the world, but unless the fan says what they want, we won't know. We're guessing to a certain degree. So, please send us your ideas and your thoughts about how we can improve it for you, the viewer. Mark?
And on that, it's really interesting to hear those that are listening, because sometimes if I go online and hear some opinions or read some ideas, often I'm never quite sure if it's an educated skater or person that's perhaps been a participant in elite level competition that is making statements and passing observations, or indeed if it is somebody who is very much new to the sport and who the different jump takeoffs are a novelty to. It's really interesting for us to understand who the audience is, and on that, it's important for us to acknowledge that whilst you and I, Ted, we're skaters through and through. We're pretty much die-hard skaters. It's certainly all I know. It's all I've ever done, all I know. And I will always look out for the sport, and I'm passionate about representing it. But I'm mindful, though, that whilst it's my be-all and end-all and all I know, I do hope that our sport can be recognised and celebrated by people that are newer to it, and it's managing to entice new viewership whilst pacifying the die-hard skating fans.
Yeah, it's a complicated combination, that's for sure. And and for those people that have thoughts, give us thoughts of solutions. You can identify problems, that's the easy part. The things that you don't like, that's fine. But what is it that would change it so you do like it? Because and I'm not criticizing anybody, we're all the same way, we're people, is that it's really easy to complain about something or to point out what you don't like, but finding a solution to fixing that is what the challenge is. And rather than just identifying the issues, identify some of the solutions. And I think that getting when I say innocent, but an outside perspective, it's always healthy. It's always good. Never hurt to listen to it. So please, we welcome the fans to send comments and send their ideas in how the ISU can improve your experience as a viewer. There you go. That's the plea.
That's the plea. And when we talk about the sport and the viewership and the entertainment, we were in previous Junior Grand Prix, certainly this season, we were discussing what entices new viewers and how the sport has evolved, and we discussed the use of figures in competition. And if those listeners or viewers are not aware, figures, they were the tracings of the blade on the ice with little or less appreciation of the aesthetic movement. There was no musicality towards it, and it was removed ultimately from competition because it wasn't really of interest as an Olympic sport. And then I saw just this past week, I know that the World Figure and Fancy Championships is taking place in America right now, and that's a competition for those that still do want to partake in competitions for that sort of ancient craft. I saw this week Karolina Kostner performing, I don't know if it's called the Maltese Cross, but she basically, on an outdoor rink, there was a video of Karolina Kostner, the 2015 world champion, or 2010, 2011, I'm not sure, a world champion of our sport relatively recently, performing a figure and it just blew my mind, the accuracy of her blades. And I found that video fascinating, but I wonder if people that are not aware of the difficulty of what was done are less engaged with it because it didn't have any theatrics or it didn't
So-
have any extreme athleticism.
Yeah. Well, let's first of all clarify something. You said ancient, okay? If that's ancient, okay. I did figures. I did figures. The figures stayed until 1990, so ancient might be a little harsh of a term.
Dang.
But for young people, maybe it is ancient. But they were figure eights. Many people know what a figure eight was. So they were figure eights with turns on them, and Tracy and Mark had said, and they were very precise, and you had to have incredible balance. And it was really interesting from a different perspective. But for a fan that's just watching it going, why are they going around in a circle? Are they doing that 6 times? That's kind of boring, right? So it did get removed. So it's interesting as we clear the ice now. So we'll have to continue this conversation later. Okay. Okay, Mark, take us into group number 4.
Well, an exciting time for the skater representing Singapore, Viana Shen Ru Link. Incidentally, Viana designed her own dress, of which she's very proud and amazing it looks. And she is, she's an amazing person to watch online. She posts some fascinating quotes, and one of the most recent said that all I truly desire is to immerse myself in the pure joy of skating.
You shouldn't have to sound so in black and white. They really ought to know. These are the things I can do without. Come on, talking to you. Come on. These are the things I can do without. Come on, talking to you. Come on.
Viana Shen Ru Link representing Singapore,
Viana Shen
a
Ru
young
Link.
skater who each year volunteers to teach 500 small children using STEM toys to build alternative energy to help them see fun in science. This is just an amazing human and pretty good skater as well.
Yeah, you know what? That's so cool when you hear those things because we're watching this person as a skater. We're looking at a skater, but they're much, much more than just that. As we take a look at the program, and you can see the emotion come out in her movement or her passion, if you will. Double axel on lean outside, but hangs on to that landing, and that takes a lot of awareness where you are in the air. Triple salto, double toe loop gets it done. And you know, the sport is so fascinating that these athletes that have such interesting lives and skills in other areas love the sport because it's so hard. It's so difficult, and it brings you so much joy when you have some success. And I don't mean winning medals, I mean doing something that is so difficult.
And for Viana, another skater, as we see this camel feature, just trying to get the extra levels, changing in the camel feature positions. I don't know if that quite managed to be the difficult blade feature there, trying to spin on the toe pick. But for Viana, she is another skater who has relatively scarce resources comparative to others, and that only serves to enhance even greater the admiration I have for what she's done.
Yeah. And that's the one thing I think that we probably could do better, or we're trying to do better in the Junior Grand Prix. We'll talk a little bit more about that later, is story tell so people have background to what they're seeing. 39.05 for Viana, and that is 12th in the short program. Nod of approval. She enjoys her moment in the spotlight and on the ice.
Representing Hong Kong, China.
And now to Ariel Guo representing Hong Kong. This, her last day as a 13-year-old, celebrating her 14th birthday tomorrow.
Wow.
And hoping for a golden day as she skates to Golden by Alexis French.
Well, that was a special performance by Ariel Guo. That was something lovely from Hong Kong, and you could see that her love of every movement, and the enjoyment, her own emotional enjoyment. And it's funny because these are skaters that want to compete, there's no question, but they also have that enjoyment of the performance at the moment. And there's so many emotions that you ride up and down and all around depending on where your head is at. I'm going to feel good if I win, or I'm going to feel good if I just skate well, or I'm going to feel good if I have a personal best. What is it that's going to motivate you to make you feel something? And I think with her, it was the music.
And although, you know, very petite in her stature, her movement was delicately, perfectly framed for the music, as we see the triple lutz, triple toe.
And that was beautiful. There's the
We
double
saw-
axel
Yeah.
flying across the ice. Sorry, go ahead, Bart.
Just a lovely transition out of the axle. I wonder about the edge of the flip takeoff. That's currently under review as to whether or not it took off the necessary inside edge. But for Ariel, we saw her sister compete on the Junior Grand Prix already. Andrea competed in Riga. And Ariel, as we see this body movement, good rocker, counter, loop, into the illusion for the body movement, other types of body movement, utilizing the judges' criteria for multi-dimensional movement, rotating both directions. That another feature within the step sequence, making sure that both clockwise and anti-clockwise rotations are covered. But it was out in China last Friday. I noticed that a lot of the skaters came earlier than we have previously anticipated and seen from the skaters at a Junior Grand Prix event. Presumably that just to acclimatise, but she's been practicing in Beijing with the other Chinese skaters, and indeed she's here with the same coaching staff that we saw from many of the Chinese skaters. And certainly it served to enhance her chances.
That was a lovely program, no question. We should see a pretty good score. Well, we do 56.76 for Ariel, and that'll put her currently into 7th place. It's a lot to build on. This young woman has got a very bright future as she continues to show the different passion, or the amount of passion she has for the sport, with the technical prowess as well, which we saw delivered here. That was lovely.
接下来登场的是日本选手。
Representing Japan, Takagi Yo.
Well, the next competitor, Yo Takagi, was the bronze medalist at the Winter Youth Olympic Games in Gangwon, and after that the Tokyo Met government gave her a Sports Incentive Award. That's given her confidence, and she'll hope to ride high on that confidence if she's going to challenge for a spot at the Junior Grand Prix final. Yo Takagi delivers a wonderfully clean skate, and this a brilliant example of good quality program component scores, soft knees, soft ankles, quality of skating skill, packaged and framed in resplendent choreography. Just a charming performance that's going to put her in contention with the leader Amina Kai.
Yeah, it looked like a small tear was born on the side of her face at the end of the program, and you can see her just look up to the sky and have a moment of emotion when that elusive, clean program at a special moment unfolds. It gives you just adrenaline in your life, like, oh, now I remember why I skate and work so hard, because this feels so good. Let's take a look at some of the elements in the program.
Pressure must be on, Ted. Having, had a silver medal in Bangkok, as you see this triple with a smile on the landing of satisfaction. Okay, one big job done, the biggest job done.
Look at the height on that triple flip. Not a lot of speed on the landing, but again, a beautiful smile at the end going, okay, this is good. Double axel flew across the ice, kind of like Kaori Sakamoto.
Yes.
It's just some beautiful work here. She was really in the zone, deep edges, soft knees, and this program was, you never know when a great program like this is going to show up in competition. Watch her right here. As she just looked up, we just missed that shot, but you can see her joy in the kiss and cry as well.
And this, to me, we've seen lots of brilliant clean skates, lots of triple hooks, triple toes, and triple flips in the short program in this event. But it's the quality of the skating skill, the amount of glide, which we discussed, is the differentiation. That's why she will be top two.
Season's best, 66.03, and that'll put Yo Takagi into second place. There it is, Ami Nakai and Yo Takagi from Japan, top two so far in the event. The smile is still sitting very nicely on your face.
Representing Egypt, Hannah Davies.
And now to Hannah Davies, who we have seen and enjoyed on the Junior Grand Prix for multiple seasons now, the pioneer for Egyptian skating. This, her last Junior Grand Prix. And Hannah skates to Desert Rose.
Hannah Dabiz from Egypt, and I want to talk a little bit about her actually. Mark, is that when Hannah came on to Junior Grand Prix a couple years back and she skated in Gdansk for her very first time, she represented the first Egyptian skater ever on the Junior Grand Prix. She was so nervous that it was, pacing back and forth and wondering, look at all these good skaters and where am I going to fit and all that. This young woman now is very comfortable with who she is, what she's doing, and why she's doing it. And it's so important. She's inspiring a new generation of skaters in Egypt. That's what she's doing. And she's enjoying it for herself. That's important as well. It's not going to compete at the top. It's not about that. It's about expanding a passion for sport in an area of the world that the sport doesn't really exist. So she's a pioneer in many ways, and it's a very, very important role. And I think she's embraced that now. And you can see in her movement right there with the head and the arms, so much more mature and comfortable. As you mentioned offline, way more comfortable than we had first seen her.
Yeah, I kind of comprehend. Hannah joined the Junior Grand Prix when I did this, 3 years ago, and I remember at that time it was exciting because she was representing Egypt and it was an exciting talking point, but at the time I worried about, how she was seemingly struggling with the enormity of the occasion and the responsibility she may have felt. Now, it's such a relatively short space of time later, we've got somebody who looks so happy and so smiley and so proud, and it makes me really happy to see that this is a skater who's dealt with the challenge of being a Junior Grand Prix, the challenge of being not technically competitive with others, and showcasing everything that you've always discussed that the Junior Grand Prix is about: representation, participation.
Yeah, and that's what makes me so happy, is that the International Skating Union has this Junior Grand Prix to help people like this, because she'll get back to the sport, maybe not as a skater, as a champion, but as a coach or a volunteer or whatever. Season's best, 24 points, and that'll put her in 19th with a high five. That means so much and may serve the sport better than the champion will, because it's what she'll bring to that part of the world or inspire other young skaters as well. So important. Not that I feel passionate about it, but I do.
Really?
That's how the sport will grow.
Representing Peru, Sara Zofrea Bravo.
And it's the Peruvian skater Sara Zofrea Bravo. She is here with coach and training mate Chiara again, and she will skate Ain't It Funny by Jennifer Lopez. Sara Zafria Bravo representing Peru, and this was the
Representing Peru.
first time that she added the triple loop. Her coach Katrina was explaining to us, and the goal was to show a better technical element score for this skater. And although it's under review and I question the rotation on it, I suspect and hope that I'm not sure about her reaction to it, but certainly the mission statement was to improve the technical element score and to include the triple loop, and so that I think was somewhat accomplished.
Oh, for sure. At some point, you have to try new and more difficult elements under pressure. And when does that point start? And it almost doesn't matter the success of it. It is downgraded. We'll take a look at that in the system. Here's the double axel. Good knee bend. Good lift as well. That was well done.
Nice.
And we'll say here's the triple loop. Watch the landing for those viewers. Watch that right foot as it hits the ice. It's forward, and that it's supposed to be completely backward. So that is considered a downgraded jump. So it'll get the value of only a double, not a triple.
And I think I saw in Sarah's sort of defense, as we look at the double flip, I think I saw a clean triple loop in the warm-up from Sarah, and that just an indication of the difference that can happen under the pressure of competition, just a little tighter or perhaps a little bit more fatigued because it wasn't the first element, as opposed to when you're doing the jumps in isolation.
Yeah, I would say a little bit more nerves, so you're a little bit more cautious going in. When you go cautiously, you lower the speed, and when you have less speed, you have less energy, and so you need that momentum to carry you up into the air and all the way around. And so, you know, it's a balance between I don't want to go too fast because it's gonna be risky. I don't want to go too slow because I won't get around. So you have to find it.
And there, Coach Katerina Evleva in the kissing cry with Sarah.
Take a look at the scores. 27.77 for Sarah, and that'll put her currently in 19th place.
In 19th place.
秘鲁选手佐弗雷瓦·布拉沃和杰普得分为27.77分，目前暂列第19位。
Skater number 22, the final skater in group number 4.
Representing Mongolia, Michil Otkobatar.
And that is Michil Otkobatar, the Mongolian skater who competed in 2021 in Gdansk on the Junior Grand Prix and had a short program score of 12.27. We have seen the development of this skater season upon season as she now takes to her start position for the music painted black. Michelle Utganbaatar, the Mongolian skater, doing well to recover from the disappointment of the first two elements, a fall on the jump combination and then a pop on the intended double axel, but coming back to be able to deliver still towards the latter stages of the program, Ted.
Yeah, we quite often talk about, you know, the different types of skills one needs. We talk mostly about the physical skills, but psychologically, how to park those mistakes. We heard Jason Brown talk a little bit about it. Same thing with Ilya Melinin on our interviews about you just need to put them behind you and look forward and deal with one element at a time. And she kind of did that when she got by that mistake, that nice double lutz and double toe was on an angle, took a fall, had to get back up. And then she struggled through this flying camel, but she managed to hang on to it, so that was good. Good struggle, managed to get that centered as well. That is just at the base level. Pretty good speed in the spin here. There's a forward outside edge. I'm not sure she got it because it was kind of on the flat. So that a sit spin, but it down, no, came into the level 4, so she did get that. There's the double flip a little bit later. Well done. And the change combination spin right at the end, level 3 out of a possibility of 4. So she sort of came back a little bit in the program after that big mistake.
And Michelle now, obviously this is the last Junior Grand Prix of this year, so this will be her final Junior Grand Prix performance this year. Now we'll go on perhaps to domestic events and other internationals, but based on her birthday, she has another year ahead as she represents her flag proudly.
Yeah, and you know, most people wouldn't know what that flag represents, which country it represents, of course, and to have a Mongolian skater, it's so interesting. And that's the great thing about our sport now. It's starting to really expand, and as these skaters and countries, and we've seen more rinks being built around the world as well. Not enough yet, but there's some. So there's hope for growth, and I think that when we're considered a global sport, but as we expand around the world even more, that's going to be so exciting with growth. 26.05 for Michiel. That'll put her currently to 20th place. She can see a little upset. I feel so, you know, heartbroken when we see the athletes.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will now be a brief intermission while the ices resurface. Competition will resume.
In that emotional state after the performance. Let's take a look at the standings so far, Mark, after 4 groups. Good work by the coach there to console the athlete. Okay, well, we're going to have an ice resurfacing, and you are in charge of what? You're in charge of the video playback list. There it is. There's the standing so far. Oh, it just disappeared. So what do we got coming up here during the ice resurfacing, Mark?
Well, during the resurface, stay tuned to watch the interview from the winner in Bangkok, Yi-Han Wang. She's completed her short program here. She's currently in 4th place. And into the must-watch moments series for our take on the must-watch from the event in Bangkok this year. And then to mic'd up series from last year with Yekaterina Ivleva-Gariz, the Italian coach who we have seen already in the Kiss and Cry, and she will be with the next skater performing, Chiara Meneghini. And then finally to the Yerevan backstage fun from last year's final stop on the 2023 Junior Grand Prix.
Well, I hope you enjoy all that content, and we'll be back right after this. In Bangkok, Thailand, with the women's champion Yi-Han Wang from China, 194.71. Congratulations, first of all. It's your first Junior Grand Prix title, the champion. How do you feel right now?
I feel very happy and surprised too. If I can go and the Junior Grand Prix, and I will be happy. And I have the medal. I'm very excited.
Well, when you came here to Bangkok for this Junior Grand Prix, did you ever think that you could win?
No, I didn't think it, but just I want to be a clean program and do my best.
That was amazing, especially having to skate last. Now, my last question, what is it that you love most about skating?
I like most is to show myself to everyone and always do the best in the competition and work hard in the practice.
Well, congratulations. You are absolutely brilliant in both the short and the free program, and you are the champion here in Bangkok. Yihang Wang from China, the champion here in Bangkok. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Bangkok. Well, what a special competition and a special week. It's been amazing. Some new firsts here on the Junior Grand Prix and some special moments to watch. So let's take a look at Ted and Mark's must-watch moments. Mark?
Well, the ice dance event was hotly contested with 4 teams competing here that were within the top 10 at last season's Junior World Championships. But it was Noemi, Maria Tali and Noah Lafornara who continue on their golden winning streak. And now they take another 15 points, the title, prize money, and secure their spot at the Junior Grand Prix final. What about the history-making men's event, Ted?
Well, that was something special. Of course, the winner, Yan Hao Lee from New Zealand, and I'm was so special because I was born in that country. I never thought I would see a Junior Grand Prix champion, and we do have one. It was an upsetting time for Ryo Nakata, of course. He wanted to win everything this season. He certainly has the ability to do that, but it was a tough time. I spoke with him a little bit and said, although this is very emotional at the moment, this is perhaps the greatest gift that you're going to have, or one of the great gifts you're going to have throughout your career, because you need to have those failures to have the successes. But don't take anything from Yan Hao Lee. His short program was simply brilliant and right on cue, just beautifully done, and such a proud moment for the Association of New Zealand. Mark, what about the women?
And from the first time that a New Zealander has won a Junior Grand Prix, it was the first time that a Chinese woman has won a Junior Grand Prix event, with Yihan Wang winning convincingly and triumphantly with both the win in the short program and the free skate. She may not have had a triple-triple combination in the free skate, but huge grade of execution scores from the judges helped her to achieve a 6-point win over Yo Takagi. And the reaction in the kiss and cry intimates and suggests that Yihan Wang and her team were very expecting of this golden win. On the back of the history-making wins, there were also some amazing other must-watch moments. What stood out for you, Ted?
Well, actually, Hannah Bath from Australia stood out for me, particularly in the free program. She is one of the highest jumpers and most solid techniques, but she also demonstrated for the first time that I've seen her over the last couple of years, some real sensitivity to the music, some artistry, working with the phrasing of the music, the phrasing of the choreography. It was a new addition to her already athletic style. So that was a great addition to this event, and also shows that there's a lot of countries around the world that are now developing in junior. We do not see, at least yet, the domination of Korea and Japan only in this week here in Bangkok. Mark, what about you?
Well, for me, there were a couple of standout must-watch moments from skaters that didn't make the podium, one of which was from Cody Koch, the skater from the Republic of South Africa. He may have finished in just 14th place in the event, but his choreo sequence and a split slide really impressed me, and it'll stand out in my memory. In addition to that, Daniel Moudan and Theo Bijot from France, the junior ice dance team who were 5th overall in the event, chose to exploit a change in the criteria this year. Their opening element, the straight line lift, included an upside down split position done brilliantly by Dania. Previously, that was considered illegal, but now that's an open opportunity for the teams to use, and they did so just perfectly.
Hi everyone, Caitlin Osmond here, and it was so exciting to be able to commentate for some of the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok. It was truly incredible to see so many amazing athletes really perform, really putting on a show, and really showing what athleticism is. But I did want to pick out one memorable moment, or one must-watch moment, and that is going to a girl from Switzerland, Leandra. She was really amazing. She had a fully packaged program. You can see the work she puts in on her spins and her jumps, but ultimately it was the matching the music and performing to the music, which is a big highlight for me. You can really see her building into her choreography sequence at the end of the program, and it really just stood out. So congratulations to Leandra, but also congratulations to everybody else.
Well, there's some special moments indeed this week here in Bangkok. We move on to Ankara, Turkey next week, and we'll be back with our must-watch moments from there.
Oddio, speriamo che oggi sorride. Mi ha abbinato, guarda. Sembra mio figlio. Ricordo di aprire sia la gamba che le braccia contemporaneamente. Molto meglio. Tanto, la prima. Lo fai subito e via. Forse è meglio così, meno sofferenza.
No, c'è nessuno. No. Nada, sto bene. Cioè, è un freelance che dice...
Ti vedo bene.
A Berna.
Quanto hai aspettato per questa opportunità?
Tutta l'estate. Un anno, anche di più.
E sei finalmente qui.
Tirerò fuori tutto il mio sangue latino che so dentro.
Mi piace questo.
Io tiro fuori il mio sangue classico. Keep calm.
And figure skate. Sei qui finalmente, tesoro, vai tranquilla. Fai quello che riesci, ok? Divertiti. Ce la puoi fare, ce la puoi fare. Vai.
Look at that care. That you can just sense that care and compassion.
Very interesting.
Dai, avanti. Sai che non ti ho mai visto sorridere tanto in gara.
Poi siamo parti totalmente diventata.
Sei partita bellissima, convinta.
No, non ho mai fatto neanche.
Uno solo?
No, due.
Pensa a quello che devi fare, non a quello che non devi fare. Credi in te stesso.
E non sbaglio mai.
Rimane così oggi? Oggi non sorride. Questo è buono.
Sì.
Adesso immagina se facevi anche la combinazione. Dove andavi?
Dai.
So, ready for the last day, Mark?
I'm ready.
Let's go! Oh, that was awful. Let's go. That was pathetic.
们一起活动活动身体，好不好？来，向上大声鼓掌吧！然后举起您的双手，让我们顺势找到你。好，小朋友，可以让我们这个挥挥手，等等。对，这时候拿出手机啊，抓紧时间记录下这个非常值得纪念的时刻。旁边来看我们花滑的朋友啊，颜值都很高啊！来，向着镜头挥手，继续扫动起来。展示一下我们无锡观众的热情，来，再次的向我们镜头挥挥手。欢迎第5组运动员入场。
Let's welcome our next group of skaters.
意大利选手
Representing Italy, Chiara Minini.
中华台北选手
Representing Chinese Taipei.
汤哲轩。意大利选手
Representing Italy, Elena Agostinielli.
印度选手
Representing India, Harshita Hartani.
美国选手
Representing the United States of America, Sophie Jolie von Felton.
格鲁吉亚选手
Representing Georgia, Inga Berniganidze.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
Welcome back, everyone, to group number 5 in the women's short program, day number 2 and week number 7. I always like those numbers. You just sort of, you figure it out. Say, what's all those numbers about? But we're in the final Junior Grand Prix event
We need them.
of 2024. That's for sure. We've had a great time over the 7 weeks. And Mark, as we watch the warm-up of group number 5 here, and we don't have a lot more questions coming in, but I have questions of you. So you were talking about a little earlier that this is your 3rd year on the Junior Grand Prix. What is it that you like about doing what we do? I mean, I don't want to say it's a job, it's a passion for us. But what is it that what have you learned by doing this? Let's put it that way. What have you learned?
I think just to give context before I give my answer, I have to
okay,
give
here we
context.
go.
Here we go.
Here we go. No, go ahead.
Give my the line. But because I choose a skater, I tried to compete on the Junior Grand Prix as a single skater. I was consumed by skating at this age in my life too, and I was, as many of the skaters are, so insular. Skating can be quite solitary. Obviously, we've talked about the teammates and the camaraderie, but not all the skaters have the big teams to come away with, and so, it can be so interesting. You can be so focused on yourself, and over time, obviously, wisdom and time and age, and I'm a father, and you've got family, and you have a job, and you have a business, and you have to learn about connections and people. One of the things that I love doing the Junior Grand Prix is the ability to represent the skaters and also to give a little bit of perspective sometimes for the skaters when they don't have a good day at the office, at their skating office, to give the context I have with a little bit more time, because I remember being so defined by what happened for me in competition, and I remember that my be-all and end-all of existence felt like it was my skating success or failure. And so I am just so incredibly fortunate to have a little bit of a voice for a skater that has a bad day. And then the other aspect I so enjoy is being able to have a voice for the skaters that aren't as successful by doing a little bit of research, doing a little bit of prep, and just giving some context for where they're at. And I love the fact that we, with our commentary position that we have, can bestow the merits of some of the skaters, which are even more admirable if they're in last place than if they're in first place from a life perspective, not just a sports perspective.
Yeah, very true. And another question: how many great teachers or people that you've learned from have come across your path in life? Because I won't say because.
It just innumerable, and I think the coaches that we celebrate here on the Junior Grand Prix, if it's anything like my life and my experiences, they hugely shape my perspective on life. You know, they're there to teach about ice skating, but you know, my formative coaches, not so much my senior coaches, who were wonderful, but by that point I was a little bit more established in the human that I wanted to be, but my you know, the coaches that I had as a beginner and as a junior really shaped my perspective on life, and I am forever indebted and grateful to you know, to my coach Diane, and yeah.
So back to my question, though. Back to my question. Got to keep you on the rails here. Got to keep you on the track.
Yeah, please do. I need it.
So I need it. How many great people? How many people influenced your life significantly? Not contributed to it. How many people significantly contributed to your life in one way or the other? Not just in skating, perhaps, but it could be in school or whatever. How many? How many? That's the question. 1, 2, 5, 3.
Mom and dad, and that coach are the primary ones that I mean, I could name a plethora.
No, give me a number.
But three primary ones that I would say.
Thank you. My point is, because I ask this question a lot, and people come up with the same number, 1 or 2 or 3. They don't come up with 10 or 15. It's very few. So my point is, in what we do here, is not as people. We're not trying to do that. But I know the few people that help me in life see things I didn't see. And they did it not for them. They did it for me. And so that's one of the things I feel responsible for in the Junior Grand Prix, is that not us as people, not Mark, not Ted, it's not the issue, is what we do, the voice, what we do, can help a person in a period of time that they're very vulnerable as they're growing up and in this environment. So that is one of the things that I like most about what we do, is that you have the ability to help a person through a challenging time. So yeah, that's my thing.
It's so cool, and
that's why there's so. My point is the numbers. My point is the number, because I'm glad you came up with 3, because I said, God, if he's going to say 15, it's going to completely ruin my point.
We're a problem.
Yeah, exactly. So well done.
It's, you know, it's really interesting because, you know, we're here to talk. We're employed as commentators of figure skating. You and I are both figure skaters. We're not sports commentators. We're figure skating commentators.
No, yeah.
But, Junior Grand Prix feels like you need to be a little bit more of a life commentator, or a conduit for skating in life for junior people.
Yeah, exactly. And here we go. We need to continue our work, which is not work, it's our joy.
Yes.
And group number 5 starts now, and take us away.
But those that stayed for the videos through the resurface will have seen this skater in the mic'd up series with her coach Ekaterina Evleva. Chiara Meneghini takes to the ice. The same shot program as last year to Giselle, because she's concentrating on her tech score this season. Chiara Minigini skating cleanly. The first two elements under review, but the commitment to wanting to improve the technical element score totally paying off. Same short program as I said, and that looking even more honed, refined, and developed. But the triple combination, fairly successful, although the triple toe just going in as a downgrade now. The flip is under review, but this skater, Ted, I was explaining, has a commitment to development on a serious scale. She's working on triple axel, obviously very mindful of what she may need to be successful in the senior stage as well, as Katerina hugs her off the ice.
That was delightful, and it was delicate and delightful as we see the triple lutz all the way around, triple toe loop. This is what is downgraded. And that's okay, and does a triple flip after that as well. Good jumper, and in the step sequence, it was really beautiful. She hit the phrasing of the music wonderfully with the phrasing of the choreography, and you could see the joy on her face as well. So it wasn't just the choreography, but it was the attitude in which she carried visually in her expression. Lovely, beautiful. Look at that smile, and the arm and the head follows up. Those are small details that sometimes skaters just, they don't feel that it's important because they can't really see it. They're just doing it. But it's so critical to the visual effect and the emotional effect that the judge gets. That was lovely.
And Katerina, the coach, was explaining that she uses some Broadway techniques in dance lessons to develop the body movement of her athletes. And so I've been fortunate enough to hear that information, but you've just articulated how visibly evident it was in the performance by Chiara. Thus, the lesson goes out to all the skaters. Ensure that you're working on that kind of education to bring it to the ice.
Yeah, and I think choreography is much like language. Some people talk on a monotone, and so you never really, you're bored, right? If you skate like that, you're boring. But when you have intonation in your voice and changes with the words and the meaning and the feeling and all that type of stuff, that's so critical, and that's the same thing in choreography as well. And this young woman I would listen to and watch for many years, because she brings character onto the ice. Flavor to her performance. 51.95 for Chiara, and that will put her currently into 10th place. That was delightful. Some technical challenges lowered the points, but overall, very, very fine performance.
And now to the 15-year-old Chloe Dang, representing Chinese Taipei, a skater who was in Bangkok, finished in 19th place at that event. A passionate slap of the thighs to ensure the legs are working for Chloe as she skates to Requiem for a Dream. Chloe Tang, representing Taipei. Look, good to see her smiling. She had that difficult fall in the warm-up where she just popped the lutz and then took a tumble and crashed into the barrier. She went for the triple lutz, obviously here. So that in itself showcases a bravery from Chloe. And interestingly, I saw on her social media, she posted a picture of her having a hug as she left the ice, I think last year in the Junior Grand Prix, and the words were, "Thank you for teaching me, making me love learning more. I love skating. Thank you guys for keeping me going." And I presume that's to the coaching staff. There were pictures then of coaches with her. And I thought, the words, "make me love learning more," how amazing that she understands that the learning process is as important as the success.
The coaches are not just teachers, they're really, people that help guide another person, young person through life as well, but at least partially. There's the fall on the triple lutz, and you see right here is the double flip. That was a beautiful double flip, nice and high with good flow on the landing. And then the double axel right off the end of the edge, gets all the way around, gets that free leg back fast enough to sort of stabilize the landing. That was good. Nice into a tour zone. Here's some of the step sequence. Nice movements there, good movement of the upper body with the head and the arms working in tandem together right to the music. It's just a level 2, so missing 2 of the technical features that would get her to a level 4, adding points to it, but the GOE on this has a positive GOE, so the quality of the presentation of that level 2 step sequence was good, was high. There we go.
Oh, and that's the coach that was in the picture. So that's the person who has obviously instilled upon Chloe the joy for learning, and coaches are important humans.
Totally.
To these young people.
39.53 for Chloe Tang, and that'll put her currently into 15th position. They guide them through the challenging times of growth and life and all the uncertainty and the joy of skating and the challenge of skating and the moments of failure, and that person sitting there in the kiss and cry beside the skater is a critical part of their journey.
Well, we've just seen fellow Italian skater Chiara Menegini skate well to finish in the top 10 at this stage. Now to Elena Agostinelli, a skater who couldn't compete last season because she broke her leg and had to have 2 operations. This her first competition internationally back in a long time, and wants to showcase a good comeback as she skates to "I'll Never Love Again" by Lady Gaga.
Wish I could. I could have said goodbye. I would have said
Elena Agostinelli completes our short program, and Ted, the context of this performance helps us to mitigate the disappointment of the fall on the triple flip, because anybody that's had a leg break and then 2 operations, so it's obviously a significant enough injury for it to need and require 2 surgeries, has to have gone through a huge amount of physical pain, but also then the mental anguish of then returning to form. So to then see Elena come out and go for triple and triple flip showcases what amazing mental toughness and desire she must have had to compete again.
Yeah, it's a special story because, you know, the commodity here in the platform is skating, but it is about difficult times in life and fighting back. There's the triple toe loop. That was lovely. Second triple toe loop, and that is under rotated, but she stood up on it. Good work on that. We'll see the triple flip here. Watch the landing, watch the right foot. Is it under rotated? Yeah, it's a hook on the landing and too far back in the heel, catches the ice, she takes the fall. It's under rotated.
But as we see her step up into the double axel, Elena's blades are made by her dad. So
yeah, how
like,
does
how
that work?
incredible is that? Like, wow, what a clever guy he must be, because I only ever just buy blades and put them on my boots. Like, to be able to even consider making them and having the toe pick and the edges, oof.
Well, how do you
She comes
make
from
it?
a
You need
clever
fire, you need hammers, you need sharpening. I don't know. I have no idea how they make it, but that's a fascinating story. Wow. A lot of kisses going on there. Oh, a lot of waving going on there. Kiss and cry. Yeah, there's some hearts. There we go. Wow, one was a heart. Let's take a look at the scores. She has a 52.40 personal best, but short today with a 45.15, and that'll put Elena currently in 12th place. No, just there you go. Wait, okay, okay. Hey, they're pretty good at the Junior Grand Prix. They even though they get up to go, they sit back down. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the skater grabbing the
seniors
coach.
are more sloppy going.
Yeah.
And now to a skater, Harshita Rotani, who last competed on the Junior Grand Prix back in 2019.
I had the pleasure to interview her that year as well. Let's take a look at the short program.
Here I go again. I'm imagining a world outside of life. One and then daydreaming again of when I'll get a chance. There's a world that understands where you don't hear the whispers in the room. You're walking in, daydreaming again. All I need is a chance. When I feel my fear staring at me,
印度选手
Rashida Ratani from India was very interesting, Mark. I did an interview with her back in 2019, and I think she was 14 years old then, or maybe 15, I'm not sure. And I just spoke with her father. Her father came up to me and reminded me, you know, of her in this competition, and I remember that. And now here she is, you know, 5 years later, and it's so interesting. It's one of the things I love the most about the Junior Grand Prix, the stories that aren't the common skating stories. And in India, they don't have a lot of rinks and facilities, and very, very few. And for these skaters, the courage that it takes to come here with all these good skaters, they have true passion for the sport in a country that doesn't know much about this sport. It's something special. And you can see here the single axle, and you know, you're talking about a skater that does not have the resources, any of the resources that most other skaters have.
And knowing Harshita as 18 years old now, and she competed last on the Junior Grand Prix in 2019, this would be her last junior season, and you just assume that she wants to, before the junior season is unavailable to her, have another opportunity to compete and represent her nation here on the Junior Grand Prix. And so that in itself is wonderful. That in itself is inspiring to others. And then if I just think now about, you've told me about, you've seen her dad, as we see her just working through, struggling with the sit behind feature and the sit spin here. But if you've seen her dad, if I imagine being Harshita's dad watching this, I'm in tears just thinking about the pride for my child. So, you know, it doesn't matter the stand on the ice, every parent's bursting with pride.
And it also made me very proud about the Junior Grand Prix, because they were very appreciative for the kindness in which we received these athletes from around the world. Many who don't have the resources or the abilities at the stage, compared to those other ones, and they're all equal in my mind. It's all fair game, and they're doing it because they love it, right? So that just strengthens our sort of image and our thought process about the Junior Grand Prix, and how important it is, not just for the development of skaters, but for the development of people who happen to skate.
And seeing Harshita shape hearts in the Kiss and Cry only reaffirms everything that ISU are doing, and with the Vision 2030, as you said, promoting the support and the humans. And I just love to see, like, for me then, seeing Harshita shape hearts in the Kiss and Cry just makes me happy, knowing that she will feel supported here. We've got your back. We are delighted you're here.
Absolutely.
Harshita Ratani.
And the short program scores for Harshita Ratani 10.76, and that will put her in 26th position. That's fine. She's here, and she's competing, she's skating, she's doing what she loves to do, with a lot of courage and not many resources. And here's the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. The winner last week, she did 3 triple axels over the course of the 2 programs in Ljubljana, Slovenia, and she skates now to Sweet Dreams. Sophie Jolene von Felten. Sophie Jolene von Felton from the United States of America comes into this event having won triumphantly last week and so excitingly with the triple axel triple toe that she displayed in the short program in Ljubljana just a week ago, 7 days ago. She was phenomenal and so exciting. You have to assume that the turnaround in time, knowing that she wasn't guaranteed to skate here, traveling from Slovenia to Wuxi in China, the toll physically, mentally, emotionally must be ginormous.
Yeah, it was a, calculated risk to a certain degree. It has this great skate and wins this thing. What's the association? They want to take this opportunity to try to get her to the final, but puts her through. It puts herself through very difficult physical and psychological challenge because you're fatigued with all that travel. We take a look at the double axel out of the Ina Bauer. That was really nice and such a terrific athlete. And then mistake here as well on the triple flip, Mark. Just a step out right there.
Yeah, and of course, Jolene would have wanted the opportunity, of course, and the excitement of last week, then facilitating participation in another event. So exciting and exhilarating, but you cannot prepare no matter how prepared you are. Sophie had explained, Jolene had explained that she's, found the coaching team that she's gelled with and she's connected and she's running her programs much more. But no matter how much you run your programs in practice, you can't prepare for, global travel and limited practice time because you're competing in two different Junior Grand Prix in different continents.
And it might even be less about that and more about, oh my gosh, okay, just went my first one, didn't even know about the second one, and now I got to do that. Now I'm trying to get to the final, but I was really only thinking about the first one, and there's a lot of stuff going on there. Who knows? We're just speculating. And that was a challenging skate, no question. She's much better than that. This is a 51.41. It's 11th in the short program so far in the competition for Sophie Jolene von Felton from the United States. Highly skilled, bright future, but a difficult day.
Representing Georgia, Inga Gorganidze.
And now to Inga Gorganidze, the Georgian competitor, experienced on the Junior Grand Prix, and definitely a medal contender, and another skater who potentially will include triple axel within the context of this program, but more likely in the free skate. Inga Gorgonidze, so fast, so much ice coverage and such huge elevation, and I felt that when she competed in Ankara and Turkey, that she was a little unfortunate to find herself in 6th place after the short program, but that was on a clean skate, and that was in an event that wasn't as strong as that which we've seen so far in Wuxi, so this would be a disappointing score based on the mistake largely of that jump combo, saved for later in the program.
Well, she's still searching through herself how to deliver what she's capable of at that moment, and if she does at some point, this young woman moves from the middle to right up into the top group. No question, she has all the skill. If it's to break this down, I'm going, well, this is a skater I'd want to work with. Wow, she's athletic, she's got intensity and all those types of things, but she makes a lot of little mistakes, even coming out of that layback spin a little early. And you can see the intensity on her face there. She's highly skilled, but hasn't found that sweet spot to deliver the full package at the moment she needs it. But it's all there, that's for sure.
And as I touched on at the start of the program before she started, Inga we have seen triple axels done, and she attempted a triple axel previously in the Junior Grand Prix. And incidentally, there are 5 women in this event that are either intending to or have done triple axels in the past.
Yeah.
And that's just another insight into this event. It's a deep field.
It really is. But my question with her is the triple axel worth anything? She's very skilled at all those things. First of all, set that down. Get a clean triple lutz, triple toe, triple flip, solid spins, and performance. Get that solid so you can deliver, 6 out of 10 performances clean, or higher. Now add the cherry on top, put the triple axel in when you get it.
Yeah.
But learn to skate what you can do at the moment, because if she does, she's going to find herself in a lot higher spot than she will right now. Let's take a look at the score. 63.04 is her personal best, and 59.93 is her season's, but she's going to fall quite short of that with those mistakes of 50.45, and that'll put Inga in 12th place, but she has the ability to be up in the top 5. No question, but you have to deliver, and that's the challenge. That's the challenge in competition. Here we go, final group presentation. We'll step aside so you can introduce group number 6.
欢迎第6组运动员入场。
Let's welcome our final group of skaters. Representing Thailand, Pataratida Kaneshige.
芬兰选手
Representing Finland, Penny Ostedt.
马来西亚选手
Representing Malaysia, Oh Wei Xuan.
越南选手
Representing Vietnam, Le Quang Dieu.
吉尔吉斯斯坦选手
Representing Kyrgyzstan, Jasmine Schlager.
法国选手
Representing France, Milena Moiseico.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
And there's a look at the warm-up, the start order for group number 6, the final group in the women's short program. Now, Mark, you just received a text from your former coach as you were mentioning about it, and it's really interesting what she wrote. Tell the audience.
Yeah, huge shout out, because in the last warm-up you were asking me about the influences upon my life, and I was just recanting, not quite sure where your question was going as to how many I should mention, and I thought, I can't think of that many. Certainly my how many should I say? But when I thought about the influences that I had, my figure skating coach in my formative years as a junior single skater and novice junior single skater was my coach Diane, and so you reminding me of that only served to increase my appreciation for my coach, which I hope all the skaters here have a shared appreciation for their current coaches. So I dropped her a quick text message just to say, oh, you might want to listen to the warm-up in Wuxi in Group 5 because I appreciate you. And she comes back with this, from a coach's perspective, Diana said, what you need to mention is that it is a shared journey. And although the coach influences the skater, the shared focus and vision in turn is a massive influence on the coach's life also. She says, Diana, the privilege is to foster that belief in success, but more importantly, to foster a passion for our sport. Now that is what, as a coach, I call real success. And I've got my phone in my hand, said, reading that now, that to me, hearing that from my coach, how I've recognised impact upon my life, surely then in my role now as a commentator and the way I comment on the skaters, hearing that, you can think, well, I can understand why Mark is the way he is based on the way he was raised as a skater by Brian. And that reaffirms how important the coaches are. If that coach can have an impact on me like we see, then the coaches that are standing rinkside have a huge importance in the position they have in the lives of the kids.
Well, it's funny, in life you never really know who you have impacted. You don't know because they pass through your life very quickly. Very quickly, it can be 5 years, whatever. And you do the best you can on each day, but it's later in life a person discovers that person really meant something to me at the time. I didn't know the impact that they made, but later in life they come back and you realize it. So don't, any coaches out there listening to this, you never give up and don't ever think that you're not impacting a person's life, because you completely are. They may not see it at the moment and you may not know it at the moment, but that'll come back in time. And sometimes it's never said to you. You'll just never know because your paths don't cross again. But what coaches do are teachers, and great teachers, and there's not many of them, great teachers impact people's lives in a positive way, maybe through a difficult or negative moment in life, but in a very positive way. So it is such a critical role. Teachers in school, teachers in sport, teachers in art, teachers are so important in our society. So coaches out there, you mean something to all the little athletes, young athletes and older athletes that you work with. It's very, very important work, not as a skater, but as a person. And so we thank you for all the work that you do and the impact you make that you don't even know.
And I think then as we watch the skaters in this event, this is an illustrious event. It's an International Skating Union Junior Grand Prix. It's a high level of event. And as we've just, I've quoted my coach and we're talking about coaches, I think it's important to note now the shout out to all the coaches who are not here,
yes,
but have been pivotally involved in the skaters' education. And I know that, for instance, that coach that I'm referencing, my coach Diane, who was my free skating coach, I later went on to do a different discipline, and now I do different work. And that coach doesn't get the recognition for when I did the World Championships, because it was a completely different discipline. But there'll be other coaches watching this now whose students that they've invested time and effort and energy in are performing now with a different coach standing rinkside, but their position is just as important.
As we look at Tammy Gamble, just was giving water to her athlete there, and Tammy has had so many wonderful skaters through her career, and I think of Ricky Thornbush, years back, and the impact that she made on that young man, and so, when you take a look at the history, we're watching one athlete and one coach at the moment, but those coaches have worked with, in some cases, hundreds of skaters through their lifetime. So, it's such an important role, and it's complicated, because this is a high-intensity environment and a high-intensity sport. So, anyways, good discussion. We thank the coaches very much, as we've always thanked the parents as well. And these young people, we feel very responsible for helping them at whatever stage of development they're at, but making this overall, at least, a positive experience.
Yeah. Overall, insofar as, I've just sang the praises of the amazing coach that I had and the experiences, but let it be known that coach had a hard job to do, because whenever I competed, I had a splatfest or popped every jump that I was doing. So, the experiences for these athletes might not be positive at the time, but the privilege of representing your country and experiencing the gamut of emotions that international competition represent are invaluable.
Okay, now we have turned into from commentators to philosophers So
Yeah.
So-
Let's talk about the costume and some sparkles now. Go a bit more.
no, we got to focus on what's in front of us here, and that's the athletes. That's what we're talking about here as they finish the
Amen.
warm up on Group 6, and it's fun. That's for sure. Here we go. Get back in your mode of commentary, positive support
Ooh,
here, Mark. Not story, if it makes sense.
Well,
As we see the coach, Tammy
opportunity
Campbell.
brings now. Yeah, as Tammy encourages Fataratida Kaneshk onto the ice. This is a skater who has showcased some amazing qualities. A couple of years ago in the Junior Grand Prix, she was posting some very big scores. Some challenges of late, and she had a couple of falls in her first Junior Grand Prix of this series. But hoping for a clean skate, resuming the form she's had in the past for Fataratida as she skates to leap through time. Oh, Ted, I'm so delighted for Fataratida Kaneshk, having seen the challenging skate that she pushed through in Bangkok, where she had those two falls, to see her then come back. I have so much admiration for a skater that can turn it around, and I think, for me, I personally remember that when mistakes are made, you can find yourself in a frustrating dark hole of psychologically being unable to recalibrate, and yet she's come out here and delivered.
And let's see how Tammy, her coach, greets her coming off the ice, because same for Tammy. She's worked with this young woman for a number of years. I've watched Fataratida on the Junior Grand Prix and have her challenges, but today she delivered. And how did that all happen? There's the triple Lutz all the way around, up into the triple toe loop. Perfect. All the way. No, it's on the quarter, actually, the triple toe, but still pretty good. Here's the double axel off the end of the edge. That was nicely done. And the triple flip, this is on the quarter as well. We'll see this. Still a pretty good jump. There it is. Yeah, just on the quarter, on the landing there. But still, overall, a really nice performance. Her season's best this year was 37.92. She's going to destroy that number with this performance. Her personal best overall is 61. But go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, what I was going to say is when I think back to that personal best, that might have come at a time when the skater was super confident and hadn't gone through the challenges of maybe losing some jumps in competition. Now, this clean skate will hopefully reignite a confidence in Federativa, whereby she can then deliver more in the PCS and be ever more confidently open with the top half of the body to push the program components higher, because I presume that 61 points in Enya a couple of years ago was based on higher component scores.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, and the challenge is the up and down journey of an athlete when the coach stays with you through the difficult times.
Yes.
Continues to push you, but also to encourage you. That's such an important role that they play, and Tammy Gamble's been so excellent with all of her students over those years, and it takes patience through frustration of the athlete and the moment and all those types of things. Yeah.
That's such a good point, Ted.
Hey, nice heart.
Both the trust between the coach and the skater, not abandoning ship when things aren't optimal.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at the scores. 51.12, that is a season's best for Federativa, and that'll put her currently in 12th place. She'll take a look at the report card and understand there's some under rotations there. Not a lot, but there are some, and that impacted the score, of course. But great job. Well done.
Representing Finland.
Well, this
Alstead.
a really exciting moment for the Finnish skater Emmy Alstead. She's born and lives in Espoo, but she has Chinese grandparents and got to spend some time with them while she's in Wuxi. Well, a really exciting moment for her. She skates to I Hear a Symphony by Cody Fry.
I used to hear a simple song that was until you came along. Now in its place is something new. I hear it when I look at you. With simple songs I wanted more. Perfection is so quick to bore. You are beautiful by far. Our flaws are who we really are. And now I hear a symphony.
Emmy Arstead looks as she bounces up from her finish position, almost just to check it, as she looks around the venue to confirm, did I just skate that well in my first Junior Grand Prix? That's the first time, from my understanding, that she has jumped triple flip and triple loops in competition and done so brilliantly. And so it's a fantastic achievement for a skater who last year couldn't compete because she was injured so much. So huge achievement for Emmy.
It was interesting. Her fist pump at the end was kind of, not strong, but kind of like, did I just do that? So it was kind of cute. She had that expression, wow, that was awesome. Let's take a look at some of the elements in this program, and what a nice outing for Emmy. Here's the triple flip, top of the program, all the way around. Good solid landing. No problem on that element. And this is the triple lutz. Watch the landing here. All the way, totally. No problem there. Double toe loop. Nice and clean on that. As you mentioned, she hasn't done that yet in competition, both the lutz and the flip. And there's the sit spin, forward outside edge, change of position, difficult position. That comes in at level 4. So she got all 4 features, the difficult exit as well. And the double axel near the end of the program makes that work. And some nice step sequence is here, but just at level 2. And the flying camel at the end of the program is also level 2. So some work to do on the levels of difficulty that's going to add to the point total. Every one of the elements are, 2 of the elements, 2 out of the 7 are in the minuses, but just by a little bit.
And it's a skater who trains with Virpi Hartana primarily, but also does spend some time with Bao Li in Shanghai, and she came out to Shanghai last Friday, and I saw online she was skating on public sessions in a shopping mall rink in advance of this competition. So the commitment to getting here, training here, being here for the duration, has been rewarded with the good skate.
Well, 48.47 for Emmy, and that'll put her currently into 15th place. Good skate, and much more to come from her as she gains confidence from this performance with getting the flip and the lutz done. And now, what more do we want to work on here? How do we take this program to a higher level?
Representing Malaysia.
And now to the 15-year-old from Kuala Lumpur, Wei Zhuan O, representing Malaysia, a skater who was 3rd in Junior National Championships in 22, moved up to 2nd in 2023, and 1st in 2024. And Wei Zhuan O will skate to Vogue by Madonna. Wei Juan from Malaysia completes her first Junior Grand Prix short program. She competed last month at the Asian Open Figure Skating Trophy and she had a short program score there of 28.83. And it looks like it's going to be, although there were mistakes, it looks like this will be better than what took place a month ago for the skater.
Yeah, I think her technical skills are just at a certain level, and they'd probably be at that level for a little bit, but the overall performance was probably a little bit stronger. We'll take a look at the elements, and there's the double axel. Gets it landed, but has to do a step out, so she just gains a 1.98 for that element. Here is a look. There's the change of edge on that camel spin. Here's the triple salchow attempt. Of course, this is downgraded. And the double flip a little bit later, that was fine. A nice side position here. And change to the back, that is a feature. With the Bielman, another feature. Little jump at the exit of that, another feature. So that layback spin comes in at a level 4. Didn't see the entrance, so the personal best, she doesn't actually have a personal best or season best this year. Or you may have information from other domestic competitions, Mark? Inspector?
From yes, September the 2nd, she competed at that Asian Open Trophy, and that was when she got a 28.83 at that competition. So this looking like it's going to be better.
Yeah, and the scores that the personal best that we have here are only ISU Junior Grand Prix scores from last year or from this season. Season's best would only be from this year. Its personal best could be if they've been on the Junior Grand Prix the last couple of years. But so this she hasn't done that, so she doesn't have one. We'll see. She'll have a new one right now. We see a 32.87. That'll put her currently into 24th position.
马来西亚选手魏轩端接不分美32.87分，目前暂列第24位。接下来登场的是越南选手。
And now to the Vietnamese skater Hong Duo Le. She moved to the United States of America to pursue both skating and academics, and actually trains now at the Skating Club of Boston with Patrick Blackwell and Sophie Jolene von Felton, who we've seen already in this event. Hong Ju skates to the Kill Bill soundtrack. Huang Julie, representing Vietnam. She's just considering what took place, and I think the opening intended double axel that popped into single axel way ahead of stages.
Yeah, you know, that takes the wind out of your sails sometimes when you want so badly to deliver an element that you're working on or that you want to put in that high pressured moment, and then you sort of got the strength for it, but then it just pops, and then you go, oh geez, and then all of a sudden from there the rest of the program is high work. right. Here it is right there, you can see this. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Oh. I was just going to say, for the skater, double flips, okay, at this point in time, knowing the planned program content that Hyungju had intended, the axel was the biggie, that was the pivotal part, and often for the skaters, you know, rightly or wrongly, we define ourselves by our biggest element. Here, double loops is good takeoff technique, nice outside edge, just having to fight hard to make sure that she carried momentum through to the second part of the combination. But as I say, that the skaters, we so often, you know, we reference the quad axel from Ilya Malinin as something so exciting and tangible. For Huang Ju, I'm sure she would have wanted that double axel to be kind of nice, proud of achieving, which she's very capable of, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. There's no question that, you know, when you have that difficult element, the next one that you're working on, and you can do it in practice, you want to get it unveiled in competition, and sometimes that takes a long time, and sometimes people get lucky, but you know, they do it first time out and they gain the confidence. But she could see she really wanted it. She shoved that takeoff or rushed the takeoff a little bit, and that resulted in the pop. Let's take a look at the scores. 23.57 is her personal best, and here she has a 28.37 on this Junior Grand Prix event. Oh, he's looking for a high five. Come on, you gotta give it.
No, it's not one.
Yeah, exactly. 27th place. Yeah.
I'm hanging.
Yeah, exactly. He's going, oh, geez, I didn't get a high five. Oh, heart.
Okay. Oh, that's okay. Good on you.
That is better.
Shape the heart with you.
Better than the high five.
Jasmine Schlager.
And what a nice young woman this lady is. And she's brought some little gifts. And Joy's been following the Junior Grand Prix for years. And such a kind soul. She takes the position for her short program. Now, I know Jasmine, this is not the performance that she wanted, disappointing those two difficult elements. She's completely capable of doing this, but this is a remarkable young woman. She's very shy off the ice, at least to us. Maybe we're scary, I don't know. Oh, look, she does that. And you know what? When she steps on the ice, this is a different person. Like, this is her stage. This is where her passion is. And it's just remarkable. It's like, is this the same person I just met off the ice? She's special. There's no question. And really good technique, good spins. Good jobs.
Yes.
They didn't all happen today for sure. But, you know, give her the ice, give her the stage, and this is where she wants to be. And you see that come out in her personality and her performance as well. That's something very special. I wish she had had a little bit more success on the elements. We'll take a look at the program. And she's a very, very kind person. And I don't want to say quiet, but a little bit shy, but not on the ice. I just love it.
Unique.
Well, let's take a look. Good speed and attack. There's that triple Lutz is on an angle, and she slips off that edge. And we'll see here. This is the triple flip now. Let's see what happens on this one. It looks straighter in the air, but not all the way around. Didn't get great lift and has to take a fall on that triple flip too. So the two difficult elements were problematic. She can do that easily, but didn't. There's the double axel. She's strong and aggressive throughout this program. The nice twizzle in the opposite direction. You can see the upper body movement, a little illusion there. A little back inside loop. Lots going on. Finishes with a pretty nice pointed toe on that sit spin. What do you think, Mark?
Yes, love a pointed toe. And it's so much too, like the spins, as you say, good. I like the triple Lutz takeoff. I like the technique.
Yeah. It's all there. The mechanics are great. I mean, she was a little bit on a lean and had some mistakes, but this is a very solid skater. 37.61. She's got much more in her than that score, but it didn't happen here tonight. That'll put her currently in the 22nd spot, but wow.
Representing France.
Well, the final skater, Mark.
Yes, the final skater of the 34 performers in the women's short program in Wuxi, China. The novice champion of France 2024, and only found out she was selected to compete here a couple of weeks ago. Had some problems with the visa, but delighted to be here. And she will skate to Pure Honey and Alien Superstar by Beyonce. Well, amazing, Ted, to hear you say that the crew are excited by Milana Mazeko. It's a brave, bold music choice. But she, as her teammates cheer her on, explain that she loves Beyonce. She loves to dance on the floor to this and improvise to this kind of music, and that's the motivation for her. And it's interesting to hear that it's inspiring people that aren't necessarily skaters as well to watch.
Well, it's interesting. It's one of the things I think in women's skating it's nice to see is the variety of different genres and styles, if you will. And hers is a little bit more aggressive, that's for sure. And when she attacks this program and attacks the music, here's the look at the triple flip. Gets it done. Oh, it's a little rough landings, but that's okay at the moment. There's the double axel. And just has to turn out of that. Didn't really lift off the ice, so didn't have enough time to get all the way around. There's the triple loop, same thing. Upper body was, the foot was around, but the upper body wasn't. And the ankle sort of collapsed on her there. Take a look at some of the step sequence. And this program takes a lot of energy, Mark, because she's got a lot of choreography and she's accelerating all the time.
And although I mentioned that Milana is the novice champion in France, and she didn't find out that she was competing at this Junior Grand Prix until relatively recently, she seemed a self-confident young woman. Just to have the music choice like that, she obviously knows what she wants to do. I was questioning with you, I thought, oh, the music that Luna Hendricks used or maybe inspired by Luna, but I don't think Milana's actually needing to outsource inspiration from others. I think she's self-confident enough, and if you've got a coach like Florent Modio on your coaching staff, that's going to only promote and enhance that self-confidence and commitment to your composition.
She's a free spirit. She's an independent soul, and you can see that in her skating, and that'll make it her very interesting to watch over the years. 41.86 for Milana, and that'll put her currently into 19th place. Wow, kind of fun. Yeah, you can sort of you expect anything from Milana, and that's going to be fun as we watch her through hopefully the next couple seasons on the Junior Grand Prix, as we're going to take a look, if they come up, the results. I mean, Takagi and Yusong Kim, top three, 2 Japanese, 1 Korean, but some other really good skaters as well, Mark. It's a pretty strong field.
Yeah, really strong field, and the greatest successes came from earlier in the competition, but as we look ahead to the free skate, we see the penultimate group potentially proposing some medal contenders as well, so prepare for movement, but let's hope for clean skates for all.
Well, that concludes the coverage of the women's short program here on day 2, week number 7 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. For all of us here at the ISU, I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Conrady. The men's free program coming up in just a little while. Make sure you stay with us for that.